Hello. What's up, everybody? Thank you, Brendan, for the raid. Appreciate it. I wish this fucking thing would leave my screen because I can't see the chat. I need to block the shout out notifications. Serves no purpose for me. What's up, Shazar, JR, Rasta, Anktar, Colette, Cassie, Redacted, Pop Rocks, Stoner, Bear. Thank you, Anktar, for 12 months. Appreciate it. Let's see. I have this fucking thing on my forehead, which is a patch of dry skin that I tried to. I had some dry skin yesterday and I tried to exfoliate and then moisturize, but it's only gotten worse today. I mean, I guess it's healing. The bishless. Okay, hold on. This does not look right on my monitor. Need to adjust the colors. Got to do the thing. One second. Developing a third eye, I wish. That's better. What's up, Aquarelic? Gorbachev cosplay stream. Yeah, I guess so. What's up, $10? I would need to shave my head and shave my stash probably and a lot of other things, but this is the original Bishless. I had the original laying around, so because I literally bought the original physical version when it came out, and I never played it for whatever reason. It was never the time. I actually have the physical copy. And for some reason I never played it. I don't know. It seemed like a good game when it came out. You know, I very much enjoyed those like interactive movies, and then I don't know. I never played it. Never found the time. But yeah, I've heard that's what the conversation has been when we were talking about this. Is that the original seems a little better. I don't know. Yo, Venadar, thank you for 20 months. Appreciate that. Venadar, you will be remembered. Thank you. Until the logo is barely visible. I hate when they say that because I don't know what it means, barely visible. Like this is barely visible to me. I still kind of I can distinguish some sort of lines. But if you ask me what does this logo say, I wouldn't be able to tell you, right? Like if I didn't know. But I can still see that there's something, right? This is the point where I can tell what the title is. Like I could tell, okay, that's it. Until Dawn is written there. So I guess that's maybe what I should be aiming for, right? Yeah, and then I mean for streaming, it all depends on your own monitor, right? I can't do anything about that, so you're gonna have to deal with it. But generally for streaming, I like going a little brighter than, you know, because like if it's a little too bright, whatever. If it's a little too dark, then it kind of can ruin the experience. Also, yeah, the compression probably darkens the whole. This should be a bit better, right? For you guys, slightly more visible. Totally black for you still? Okay. That has to be on you. Your screen is most likely darker than both of mine. What was default? That was default, I think. Anyway. Is it gonna be one of those games that just throws me in the game immediately, or are we gonna get a title screen? Always the big question with these. Select your preferred method of control. You can change at any time. Traditional or motion. Oh. How dare you? I don't even want to think about this. This seems disgusting. PS Move Edition, yeah. Motion controls, I swear to God. I'm yet to see a game where motion controls are implemented in a way that actually makes them worth being there. The closest thing I've seen, I think, was in Astrobot. Like not the Astrobot game, I haven't played that one, but the demo on the PS5 where you can like finally adjust like the bow aiming with it. And even then, I wouldn't want that in an actual game where I need to, you know, precise and everything. And fast, because it's very slow, but it sort of somewhat made sense. I don't know. I guess maybe some of the David Cage games, like some of the movements were kind of fun, like having to slam your controller down to kick a door kind of felt appropriate. I don't know. Okay. Jesus, this is loud. Okay, this is even loud for me. Holy Jesus, what the fuck are you doing with the sound? This was so loud it was even saturated. Okay, let me... Have you played any of their games? Nope. I haven't played a Supermassive game ever. I'm not seeing any... Not sure how I'm gonna deal with the... Is that the cheerleader lady from Heroes? I know there's a bunch of famous actors in this one, so I actually think it may be her, but... What's up, Credo? Sidebar text? It is? Interesting. What's up, Reki? What's up, Psycho Rider? Yeah, I know there's a few, like, famous actors in it. I know Rami Malek is in it. That's the one I know of. Which is funny. I don't know. For some reason, I think it's so funny that he's in this game. Oh, it's just those options again. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like, that sound was so fucking loud. You played it a while back, yeah, Credo? Nice. What's up, Suck in a Jar? I don't know exactly how I'm gonna deal with the audio there. I mean, it was loud even for, so I could lower it in general. It's one of those. Okay, listen. Something I hate in games is when it's like there's no incrementation on the bars, right? It's like a completely analog bar, and you can literally adjust every little thing, and depending on how long you press the D-pad, it's gonna give you a different value. So like, you're trying to adjust everything at the same level, right? No, you can't, because like a slight different press of the button is gonna change the values differently. I hate this. Give me increments. Give me something that allows me to just have everything well lined up. I mean, the title screen doesn't seem too loud right now. I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing. I think we'll have to go in the game, and I'll have to adjust on you on OBS. For you on OBS, and for me, I'll just maybe use either my amp or my actual Windows volume mixer. So if I lower this, you guys still can hear it, right? That's just for me. Yeah. I'm actually gonna bring my sound settings up there so I can have it available. That's up, official. But yeah, no, for sure, Samurai. You need the precise adjustment numbers. Increments, and then even put a number next to it. If you don't have the increments, at least have a number next to it so I can know that I'm exactly lined up, right? What's up, Escobar? How are you doing today? Thank you for the Prime resub. Appreciate that. And, well, I think that's it. We'll get in the game and we'll adjust in there. See what happens. But yeah, if the title screen is any indication, that shit's really loud. So, yeah. I've been thinking about the, you know, like I'm planning on starting the next big thing on Sunday. Like, this game shouldn't take me more than 3 days. I'll make it work within 3 days, right? But I'm thinking about the next big thing, and obviously we talked about that the past few days. Like, Elden Ring seemed like the #1 choice. I've now been reminded of another game that I was considering playing. Because I never got around to give it a proper crack. And it's gonna be a weird one, listen to me. Fallout 4. I wasn't a huge fan of I wasn't, as you know, I'm a huge fan of Fallout 1 and 2. Fallout 3 was not what I expected, but I still enjoyed it for what it was at the time, right? I did not like New Vegas very much. And my impression of 4 is that it's even worse than that. But yeah, as far as being a Fallout game is concerned, right? Like, it goes further and further away from being a Fallout game. But I don't know, there's something about it that it sort of like calls to me in terms of, maybe, you know, don't look at it like a Fallout game. Look at it like an interesting, immersive, post-apocalyptic RPG, right? Which could be fun. So, I don't know. It suddenly popped up on my radar again, and I was like, maybe I could give Fallout 4 a try, because, I mean, if it doesn't work out, I don't, you know, I don't think I would have much remorse just dropping it out of the blue and then trying Elden Ring, right? But if it could be like, Fallout 4 could have like a cyberpunk type thing happening for me, like something that I didn't expect that I would really enjoy, and then suddenly I get immersed in the whole thing, and I don't know. We'll I'll have to think about it a little bit during the week. Yeah, I would do that before Elden Ring probably, because it's shorter, right? I mean, Elden Ring. If I get into Elden Ring and it clicks, we're gonna be in there for months. Fallout 4 is probably gonna be shorter, but yeah, I don't know. Especially in the DLC. Fallout 4 had interesting DLCs. I've heard that apparently the New Vegas DLCs were interesting. I obviously never got around to it because I didn't like New Vegas at all. But yeah, I didn't know about Fallout 4 DLCs. On Fallout 4 DLCs. Steam. Okay, I see a few things. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if I have any version of Fallout 4 on any of my hardware. I think. Hold on, it may actually be on PS Plus. Fallout 4. There's a chance it's actually good. It is. Not the DLCs though, but the DLCs are on sale right now for like 58% off. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's a sign. What's up, JC? Yeah, I mean that's my sort of my feelings about it. Stoner is that the Fallout I love died with interplay, right? I mean, and I would go as far as to say that I'm one of the purists. I didn't think 2 was as good as 1. Fallout 1 is, to me, like the one of the best examples of like a traditional CRPG, right? I still think 2 was amazing. Don't get me wrong. I just think it was a little step down for me in terms of like the tone and the story wise and all of that. I think 2 was a little too wacky for me. And that's definitely something that was popular because that's sort of the direction where the Bethesda took the series, right? But yeah, Fallout 3, for what it was, after my initial disappointment with it, when I noted, when I realized as I was playing it that it wasn't going to bring back the old Fallout sort of tone and vibe, I just took it for what it was, and I had fun with it at the time when it released. Yeah, New Vegas, on the other hand, completely missed the mark for me. I just didn't vibe with it. Yeah, 4, who knows? Maybe it's something I'm willing to try. See how it works. Before I pull the Elden Ring trigger. Is not part of the Dark Picture anthology. I don't think so, because that was their first, at least the first game that put them on the map, right? So I don't think they had that whole anthology project yet. Fallout 4 is also on Game Pass. Ooh, okay, yeah, I do have that, and I plan on keeping it. Is it on Game Pass with the DLC or not? Probably not, right? The DLCs are never included unless it's like a GOTY edition or something. I hear the Dark Pictures stuff is way worse than Until Dawn, and I've heard that Until Dawn and The Quarry are really good, and then the Dark Pictures stuff is a little better. That's what I've heard. Yesterday, as a matter of fact, someone was talking about Until Dawn on a Twitch stream I was watching. That's sort of what came out of it, the conversations. Fallout 4 on Game Pass is just a base game. Yeah, same on PlayStation. I don't know. I'm actually not sure if I have Fallout 4 on Steam, actually. I may have it on Steam. I may have gotten it at the time. I don't remember. Yo, what's up, Pitsy? How are you doing? But yeah, I don't know. So yeah, for as far as what we start on Sunday, currently I'm not willing to commit to anything yet. But the two front runners are Fallout 4 and Elden Ring. We'll see. It feels weird for me to even consider playing Fallout 4, considering how much I fucking despise Bethesda, but... Listen, I thought I was gonna hate Cyberpunk 2 and it ended up being great, so sometimes you just gotta try stuff and, you know, see what happens. Like, one of the things that pulls me towards Elden Ring more than Fallout, I think, is the music. Elden Ring has those nice, like, environmental ambient music that makes it very comfortable to just sit somewhere and enjoy the vibe. I think Fallout 4 is a lot less like that. I mean, I've barely seen anything of Fallout 4, but I'm just remembering Fallout 3 and New Vegas. There's not a lot of, like, ambient music. If it's like Fallout 3, you know, there's a chance you have like a radio on your Pip-Boy, which can potentially be used for the same purpose, but anyway, I don't know. It shouldn't be a factor anyway. I should take the games for what they are, but you know. What's up, Lena? Yeah, we finished The Last of Us 2 yesterday. Yeah, don't tell me anything about the game, Aquarelic, but I'm just thinking out loud. I'm not actually asking for information. Fallout 4 Game of the Year is $10 on GOG. That's not a lot. Like it's probably, if it includes all the DLC, it's cheaper than even buying them separately, I think. Even on sale. So. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that. I don't know. I can't make a decision. Game of the Year got all the DLCs. Nice. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I don't know. It's one of those situations where I'm trying to carefully pick the next big thing that I'm gonna play. Because it feels like an important decision at this point. So you want to try London? Yeah, that's actually what brought Fallout 4 to my mind. Like a few weeks ago, when they released Fallout London, I was like, huh. People are really like making, and it got so popular. like people talking about it, and I was like, okay, like people actually like Fallout 4. I didn't realize that game was that popular, but it is. Like even the Twitch metrics for it are kind of insane. Like Fallout 4 has more followers. Like the category has more followers than most games on Twitch. It's insane how many followers that category has. Almost 2 million, I think. Which is usually a good metric of how big a game, you know, how popular a game can be. It's not always a good metric for like how well it's going to do on stream, but it's definitely a good metric of how popular a game is in general. So yeah, I was very surprised. For some reason, I think maybe Fallout, like the whole debacle about Fallout 76 made me think the modern Fallout were less appreciated than they were, but I guess 3, New Vegas, and especially 4 got really popular with people. Well, not really, JC, because there's going to be more people playing it too. So suddenly everyone's going to want to do another playthrough of 4, and the category is going to be flooded. Also, I'm pretty sure Fallout, the second season of Fallout is like in 2026 or something. I'm not sure I'm still going to be streaming at that point based on how things have been going, so... It's the reason why I have to bring some big, you know, big guns of games, right? I have to make a good decision for the next game, next big thing, because I'm fighting for the survival of the channel at this point. The Last of Us 2 story will be spread over 4 seasons of the show? Really? Is that like an official thing? Here I'm reading it's going to be in 3 seasons. I don't know. I don't think. My roommate mentioned it today. Oh, so you know a guy that knows a guy that knows a guy that... Yeah, I read the same thing, Stoner. Like three seasons. Yeah, I think that's what they meant, right? It's going to be spread over 3 seasons for 4 seasons total. That's what I read there, but it seems to be just a rumor, right? It's not like an official thing. It's just a rumor. So we'll see. I mean, listen, how much material is in part 2? I definitely can see it being 2 for sure. Will you pause until dawn for Elden Ring? I'm gonna finish until dawn before that. I'm giving myself 3 days for this. This is more than enough, I'm sure. I'm not even sure the game's gonna survive today. We're gonna have to see how I feel at the end of the stream. As always, with new games, you never know. I mean, I don't think I've ever stopped a game on the first day, but it's definitely possible. But I mean, this is an, you know, a interactive movie type game. I'm pretty sure I can finish it in 3 days. If not, I'll keep playing it. I'm not gonna, you know, I just picked Sunday as the start of the next big thing because that's what I was expecting, like timeline wise. If I enjoy this one if I enjoy this one a lot, and it goes well streaming wise and everything, I'll keep playing it. That's not a problem. I don't have to start on Sunday, right? The next thing. It is just how I just sort of scheduled it in my head, right? What do you know about it, apart from being an interactive movie? It's a horror game. I know Rami Malek's in it. and now that the girl from Heroes is in it. That's how much I know. You're caught up. That's all I know. So everything outside of, you know, everything outside of the Rami Malek presence, I could have deduced just from this screen. Yeah, that's sort of what I know about Until Dawn, is that it's a David Cage style game, right? It kind of follows that sort of heritage of those Quantic Dream games, right? But we'll see. When did this one come out? Like 2015 or something? 2015? No. So that's before Detroit, but after Beyond Two Souls. Like from like obviously not made by the same company, but I'm trying to locate it in the in the timeline of those interactive movie games, sort of. Feels earlier. Yeah, I don't know. It looks great. Like just watching, obviously, the limited screen I'm available to see right. I have available to see right now, but just of the face of that character, I can tell from the texture that it's not like a 2024 game. Like it's not a current gen game, based on the textures. But this could have been coming out like in 2020, and I would think that. But that's usually what they do for these games, right? Like the graphics are a big selling point because it's meant to be an interactive movie. It usually has a limited scope. Like it's not like huge worlds. Like it's usually small scenes, like not pre-rendered, but like very limited camera angles, and like or actually pre-planned like movements in the environment, so you can just delete everything that's not completely on the screen in terms of rendering. So you save a lot of power for character models, and that's what I'm expecting, at least like from like a technical standpoint. Those are easy games to make look good and run well, I guess, compared to open world shenanigans and all that. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It aged really well. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I'm interested. I'm interested to see where it goes. That's for sure. Until Dawn. I've heard a lot about that game over the years. Not in terms of what it contains, but in terms of people really enjoying it. People mentioning it when, they talk about like horror games they really enjoyed, and I like that the new story stuff says abandon your current progress and start a new story. What else am I gonna do? Abandon your current progress. Yeah, I don't have a continue button. I'm not sure what else I'm supposed to do there. I don't want to click on bonus content because I'm worried it's going to spoil anything. View the objects you've collected and your current status. I'm going to look at that. Shame no music on the start screen. I mean, there's a little ambient track, right? But it's, yeah. I don't know if we can really consider that music. I mean, yes, I think we need to consider that music. Otherwise, the definition of music becomes, it becomes very arbitrary. And yeah, it would be funny if I click on it and it says, are you sure? Yes. Not like I have a choice. Alright. Until TM Dawn. Trademarked. But yeah, I don't know. My like I guess the the long term plan for 2025 in my brain right now looks pretty simple. Whatever next big thing, you know, Fallout 4, Elden Ring, maybe I give up on one of them, play the other if it, depending on how it goes, or maybe I just play one of them for a long time, or maybe I play both of them. I don't know. Whatever. The next big thing carrying me all the way to the beginning of the summer, almost, is the plan. And then Disco Part 2 through the summer, around my birthday and all that. And then when we get to the fall, end of the year, the secret project I mentioned yesterday, that I haven't said what it was. That probably is going to be the plan for the year. And that secret project is going to take several months. Like it's probably a 3 months thing based on the sort of planning I've done. So it should be interesting. But there's a movie coming out on this game. I've heard that yesterday, actually, when the conversation was happening in that stream I was watching. People were mentioning that there was a movie. I didn't know. Apparently it's nothing related to the game. It's so dumb, why pick the same name? I actually think it's much better than if it was the story of the game, right? I think it's related though. From what I heard in the conversation, it takes place in the same universe. It's expanding on the mythology and the concepts, and like it is related. It's a game taking place in the same narrative universe. So it makes sense it bears the name, right? But also, why pick the name? Because money. You understand that, I'm sure. You're asking the question rhetorically, right? Because obviously you're smart enough to know that the reason they pick names is for money reason, marketing, right? So many games weren't even supposed to be, you know, how many games out there were not supposed to be the game of the series they're part of, and they ended up being titled after it because marketing. I'm sure we can come up with a ton of examples. Castlevania Lord of Shadows. Never supposed to be a Castlevania game in the first place. It just became one. What else? Prey. Never supposed to be a Prey game, but it became one. Mass Effect Andromeda. I mean, Mass Effect Andromeda was designed as a Mass Effect game, right? Like it. Which Prey? 2016? What's up, Timmy? I mean, Quake 2 was meant to be Quake 2. Like I'm currently I'm legitimately talking about, you start making a game completely separate from a franchise, like you're making a new game, and then suddenly your publisher is, what if we made it a this game, right? Like part of this series, because it sells more, right? Because it was a marketing move. I don't know about that. I'm pretty sure they developed Quake 2 as Quake 2 from the get-go, because that was the new engine, right? They had the Quake engine, they make the Quake 2 engine. I don't think they were making a game that they thought was going to be a completely different franchise, and then the publishers were like, what if we made that a Quake game? You know, that was the whole concept. We were making a new engine, and it carries the new game, right? Also, Glegor, I don't know if I said thank you earlier, but thank you for the 17 months. Is the question IP or just title? It's linked, right? IP, of course. Like the best example of this I can think of is Castlevania Lord of Shadows. It wasn't meant to be a Castlevania game at all. It was being developed as something completely different until they were like, let's make that a Castlevania game. Same with Prey, right? It wasn't being developed as a game that was supposed to be part of like that Prey sort of trademark franchise, right? I'm sure there's other examples of that. Super Mario Bros. 2 on NES, the one that we got outside of Japan, right? Wasn't supposed to be a Mario game. It wasn't a Mario game at all. Like, it released in Japan as a completely different game. And then they reskinned it with Mario characters and released it in the West, right? That's another, like, that's an extreme example where they legit changed the game, like the characters, only outside of Japan. Yeah, that's the thing, Wishless. I'm trying to find other examples on Google, but I don't know how to phrase the question. Yeah, to me, maybe that's possible. Yeah, but it doesn't quite fit what I'm thinking of. Right? Maybe it does. I don't know. I feel like there's been an example of that recently, of a game that was being developed and then the publisher purchased the IP and they switched the project that was going on to that franchise, even though it wasn't meant to be original. I feel like I remember some situation like that happening, like maybe 10 years ago or something. Yeah, I mean, the real Mario 2 in Japan is just more of the same, right? Pretty much the same thing. Star Fox Adventures was something else. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if that was what happened to Fallout 3, actually. I know it's not, but that wouldn't have surprised me. If, like, Bethesda was developing their own, like, post-apocalyptic, you know, RPG after Oblivion, and suddenly they were like, what if we made a Fallout game? Wait, actually, what came out? Yeah, Oblivion came out first. I wasn't sure for a second, but it was made in the Oblivion engine. And then Skyrim, then Fallout 4. What's a Blackbird? Spyro and wait, Skylanders is part of the Spyro universe? Other way around? But Skylanders came out way after Spyro. Like, Spyro was like a late 19. Oh, they were making a new Spyro game, and then it became Skylanders. Like, they expanded it into like a huge like franchise. Well, that's quite different then. That's literally the other way around, right? They're taking they had they were trying to make a sequel, and then it expanded into something a lot more. And it's arguable that the Skylanders franchise IP has, surpassed Spyro in terms of popularity at this point. That's the exact opposite, actually. Yeah. That's like, there's also quite a few examples of that, right? Like games that were supposed to be just a sequel of a series and then became its own fucking thing. You were guessing the topic. Oh yeah, we're talking about the other way around, right? A game that was being developed as something else, and then they slapped a title on it of a series for marketing reasons, right? Again, Castlevania Lord of Shadows being the the prime example that I'm thinking of. Yeah, Xenogears. Yeah, the original pitch of Xenogears was pitched to Square as a Final Fantasy VII, like the new Final Fantasy game at the time. But Square thought it was a little too complicated to be a Final Fantasy game, from what I can remember, and they went with the different pitch. That ended up being what we know of, and Xenogears became its own thing. What's up, Gluminary? Speculation, yeah. I mean, Dark Souls 2, I don't believe that. I believe Dark Souls 2 was definitely meant to be a Souls game. I mean, who knows, right? When Miyazaki initially starts developing Dark Souls 2, does he want to call it Dark Souls 2, or does he want to do like Demon Souls, Dark Souls? Does he want to call it something else? Potentially, right? And then Bamco is like, you know what? Let's just call it Dark Souls 2 because it's gonna sell more. I don't know. I just thought about a game that there was something weird about it, but it just escaped. Like it came to my mind and escaped me immediately. Fucking hell. What was it again? I hate my brain right now. I don't know. I was thinking about when when sometimes they're trying to develop a new game and then they instead make it a reboot of a series. Again, that the Castlevania Lord of Shadows example is pretty close to that, but I'm just wondering sometimes, you know, like I don't know. Too many sequels in this world. What's up, bed? Man, I hate that thing that came to my mind. It's gonna. Oh yeah, I got it back. Ah, thank the Lord. Do you think Resident Evil 7 was supposed to be a Resident Evil game from the get-go? I have no information about it. I'm just wondering because it's so different, right? It's a complete U-turn for the series. It makes me wonder if it was supposed to be a Resident Evil game in the first place, or if they just saw the PT demo and then they were like, you know what, we should make a game like that. Since, you know, since they're not gonna do it, since Kojima is not gonna do it, we should probably make a game like that. And then they were like, you know what, let's call it Resident Evil. Because it's gonna sell. I don't know. Pure speculation on my part there. I have absolutely no information whatsoever. But what's up, White Wolf? I mean, and then obviously Resident Evil 7 was so popular, ended up being so popular that, you know, that's where the series went, right, with 8. But yeah, that I heard about as well, Bed. That Devil May Cry was initially supposed to be a Resident Evil title. What's up, Cassian? It reminds you of Kara, you know? She's actually the actress that played in Heroes. I can't remember her name. Aiden something. Aiden something. I only know her from Heroes. I don't think I've seen her in anything else. Oh yeah, Penetier. I don't know how you pronounce that name. It sounds very French, but it's not. Probably something about bread. Etymology-wise, right? She was one of the ants in A Bug's Life. Well, that's just her voice, right? Like, it means baker. See? I knew it. Yeah, that she was not also the cheerleader. That's the reference we used when we first saw her immediately. Like, she's the girl from Heroes. That's the only thing I know about her. And I'm pretty sure that's what most people know her from, right? She will eternally be the girl from Heroes. That show could have been so good. What a waste. Gotta do the Italian hand when pronouncing it. Panettiere. Was that good? Isn't Heroes kind of forgotten unless you were the right age? Well, sure, but that's, you know. That's the thing she's known for. Like, do younger people know her from something else? Oh, she was in Scream 4. That's true. Never mind. Yeah, I remember that now. Yeah, I remember that. She was in Scream 4 with Emma Roberts as well. I've only seen that movie once. But yeah, that you're right. She had short hair in that one. I remember that. But when I saw her in that movie, I also thought the same thing. I was like, oh, it's the girl from Heroes. Has she been in anything recently? Hold on. There she is. What is she doing these days? Oh, okay, she's in quite a few things. Huh. Actually, no, she has like cameos in the newest Screams, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, she hasn't been in almost anything since 2016. That's crazy. Yeah, no, she apparently it's just a voice cameo, Bishless. That's what I'm reading at on Wikipedia. Yeah, so apparently she almost didn't do anything in since 2016, which was pretty much when that game released, right? She will, like I said, like the new kids don't know her. Everyone who knows her remembers her from Heroes. That's it. Now, I'm sure there's a portion of people who maybe have only seen her even in that game, because like a lot of gamers don't necessarily watch movies or TV shows, right? So I think there's a portion of people that probably just know her from Until Dawn. But yeah, it's crazy to think that, you know, that's all she's known for, like Heroes. That's her big thing. I wonder. I really wonder if someone that was in a show like Heroes that was extremely popular for like a season and then started falling off a little bit. But like Heroes was like the #1 show in the world for like 1 year, right? I wonder if someone that played in a show like that still makes a living from it to this day, right? Because I know, like, for instance, like the Friends actors still make millions and millions every year from the show, but that makes sense. The show is re-airing all the time, right? Like syndication and whatever. So that makes a lot of sense. I don't think Heroes sees a lot of replay, like on the air, right? So, but I wonder at what point the franchise sort of I don't know, like it's kind of a weird thing. TV shows can have a much longer life than you would expect, especially like worldwide. Like for all I know, Heroes could be like airing in South America every fucking year for whatever reason that still makes them money, right? Yeah, I don't know, Escobar. That I'm always curious about that stuff because it was such a huge show for a while. But yeah, I think it was too short-lived. I could imagine, like, you know, people that worked on Lost, for instance, or maybe still making money from like syndication reruns and all that. Like, I could see that being a thing. But yeah, I don't know if Heroes was that popular. But well, yeah, Friends is a lot of those like classic sitcoms are airing every year all the time, constantly on like so many different channels worldwide. So Kirsten Bell was in it. Wait, in Heroes? No way. She was in Heroes? How do I not remember that? Was she in season 2? What? Oh yeah, okay. She only appeared in season 2. That's why I didn't remember her. I didn't see season 2. I only watched season 1. That's why I didn't remember her, because I would have remembered uh, Kristen Bell. I'm pretty sure. Kristen. Sorry. Oh yeah, it's Kirsten Dunst, but Kristen Bell. I always mix the two. And then there's the Stewart. Kristen Stewart? Yeah. It's the only reason for that is probably because Kirsten Dunst is probably like Danish or something. German. Her father. Okay. Actually, Kirsten Dunst for me will always be the girl from The Virgin Suicides. That's where I saw her first. That movie was insane back in the day. Holy crap. Late 90s, yeah. Jesus. Makes me feel old. Oh yeah, she was the little girl in the Chronicles, Interview with a Vampire. Yeah, I forgot about that. That was a good one. Was she Jumanji? I don't know. Like, she may have been like. I forgot about Interview with a Vampire. I mean, I personally was too young at the time to remember the actors, right? Outside of Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt, obviously. But like, yeah, she was in Jumanji actually. Yeah, Little Women as well. But yeah, I was too young. I was myself too young. I was like 13, 12, 13 years old at the time. So I didn't remember the minor actor's name like that, right? And then when I was older, that's when I was actually I actually started to watch movies, you know, like really pay attention, like start remembering everything. And so yeah, the Virgin Suicides was the first movie where I actually realized, oh, this is like, this actress is actually really good. Like, let's pay attention to what she's doing, right? She was amazing in Interview with a Vampire, obviously. And then she was in Eternal Sunshine, right? That's, I think, the next thing I remember being in. Spider-Man, obviously, was a pretty big thing for her, popularity-wise. She was also in Elizabethtown with Orlando Bloom, a movie that not many people regard very highly for good reasons. It's, I don't know, I don't think it's that great of a movie, but I personally really like it. But I'm a huge fan of Cameron Crowe. I think Cameron Crowe is... He really has a personal touch when it comes to his movie. He has a style that really works for me. Sort of like very nostalgic approach to everything. I don't know. I really like Cameron Crowe, but obviously Elizabethtown wasn't his best movie. Because nothing can beat Vanilla Sky. I mean, come on. Almost Famous, Vanilla Sky. How can you surpass that? I mean, Jerry Maguire was good too. You know? I haven't seen his more recent stuff. I should watch We Bought a Zoo. That one looked really cool. Aloha, never heard of that one. Wow, how have I never heard of Aloha? There's like so many people in that movie. Emma Stone, Bradley Cooper, Rachel McAdams, Bill Murray is in. How have I never heard of that movie? 20% critical response on Rotten Tomatoes. Okay, well, that makes sense. Still, people hated Elizabethtown. I thought it was great. So I'm still gonna. I have to watch more. You know what? I'm gonna, one of these days I'm gonna take some time and watch all the Cameron Crowe movies I missed. There's value there. Almost Famous is hard to beat. Yeah, I mean it may, I don't know. Is it objectively, like critically speaking, is Almost Famous his best movie? Probably. My heart goes to Vanilla Sky though. Like, I think Vanilla Sky is one of the best movies I've ever seen. Vanilla Sky is one of the most interesting quote-unquote sci-fi movie I've ever seen, which is crazy to say, but it's true. But I think I wonder. I think my favorite sci-fi movie is Her, probably. Her was such a masterpiece of a movie. I want to watch it again, actually. I'm always saying the same thing when we talk about Her, but Her is, I think, the most realistic depiction of what the future may look like in a sci-fi movie. It doesn't, you know, it's not the crazy sci-fi with space travel and all that shit, right? Or cyberpunk-ish approach and all, or Matrix and all that. No, it's like it's a realistic look at what society could look like in the somewhat near future, which I think is fascinating, right? Oh yeah, I mean, Her is definitely a sci-fi movie. It's, again, like, it's, to me, it's what science fiction is all about. It's giving you a vision, anticipated vision of what the world could look like in the future, whatever the timeline is, right? But not dystopian enough. I don't know, Pitsy. Is it not dystopian enough? Her approaches dystopia in a very different way than a lot of other dystopian stories. It's not about government control or military destruction or whatever. It's about social alienate and emotional alienation, right? And I think that's a very astute prediction of the future. I don't know. It to me it's a crazy scary prediction of what the future may look like on like a social and emotional standpoint, right? Like people not being able to express their feelings anymore and literally using writers to write their letters for them. That starting concept is insane to me. Like that shit. I remember starting to watch the movie and seeing that, like that setup at the very beginning, and being like, oh, holy crap, this is the best concept I've ever seen for a sci-fi movie. Brilliant. I think the meal replacement is just called Soylent, not Soylent Green, but yeah, because of probably copyright reasons. I've never tasted that stuff. I remember when it first came out, I thought it was really interesting. There was a part of me in my mind that was like, I could live on that stuff and just not have to worry about food anymore. And then I realized I actually quite like different foods and cooking and all that stuff, so I don't know. Has anyone ever tried Soylent? Is it even good? Definitely looks like brown sludge to me, so I'm assuming it tastes like brown sludge too. But yeah, Soylent Green's obviously a good movie. I think based on when it came out, I think it's a pretty crazy prediction, like for what the future may look like from a societary standpoint and like a workforce, all of that, right? All those things. I think it's pretty well done in that regard, yeah. But obviously, it shows its age a little bit, right? Yeah, no. I mean, again, like for a movie that came out 50 years ago, it definitely proves to be pretty accurate. You know. Also, can we talk about Idiocracy? I was thinking about that the other day. I was watching the news, political news during my week off. I was watching political news during my week off, which was the week of the obviously the the inauguration and all that. And I was thinking I never thought Idiocracy would someday look like it didn't go hard enough on the parody. Like I'm looking at Idiocracy and I'm like, huh. It feels like it's not a like it legitimately feels like it's not hard enough of a parody anymore. Like usually you talk about that like, oh yeah, we're really living in idiocracy now, but you're being hyperbolic, right? When you say that, you're exaggerating for the sake of the effect. But there was that moment when I was watching this and looking at the political news, and I was like, holy crap. I'm not sure it's a parody anymore. Who knew it was actually like the best prediction, movie we'd ever see. I don't know. Apparently, did you hear that? Apparently, they released like billions of gallons of water in California because for some reason they thought it was going to help with the fires. Like they wanted to make like a political like spectacle of like, hey, we're releasing water in California because obviously you guys are burning, so you know you need water. But what they did is empty their, you know, the very important reserve that they're keeping for the summer months, right? For the farmers. And so they're not gonna have. It's likely that they're not gonna have enough water in the summer for irrigation in the farmlands. So that's gonna be fun, right? And I'm sure they'll blame their Democratic governor, right, when the time comes, instead of remembering that they wasted 2 billion gallons of water in the middle of winter. I don't think it was. No, it's the reserved water for you know, agriculture, right, PC. But it's extremely important. That's why they're reserving it. They're saving it during the winter months so that they can use it in the summer when the you know, drought happens and all that. But yeah, I mean, anyway, the political spectacle that we get to enjoy. But anyway, aren't we glad that we're, you know, we're living in that precise part of history? I mean, you know, it let's not fool ourselves. History always, you know, the world almost always sucks. But we're definitely living in an interesting time. Got a massive pandemic, the dawn of the internet, bots, AI, manipulation algorithms. I don't know. I don't know, Escobar. I think. I mean, I don't know about you, but I think the 90s looked better to me because I was younger. I mean, and it depends where you are in the world too, right? But I don't know. The Balkan War, all the stuff in like the Middle East in the 90s was pretty hot as well. I don't think it was better. I think it just the media was also very different, right? So like there was a lot of terrible stuff happening in the 90s that was just not reported in the media. We wouldn't see a lot of it. Social media didn't exist, so there were a lot of voices we wouldn't hear, right? A lot of minorities and a lot of stuff that whose voices we would never hear because the media worked in a different way, right? So I don't think it was much better. I don't know. I think it's just easier to see the dirt in this day and age, which, you know, comes with good and bad things. Like voices are easier to hear these days, right? So on one hand, we at least are we lose the blind spot we had for minorities. Women's voice are being heard more. Minorities' voice are being heard more. All that stuff, right? But also the loud minority of assholes are being heard more, and you know, we also manipulation of people through social media is also very much possible. You know, the tools have changed. So But yeah, I think it also, of course, depends where you are in the world and all of that. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if things are really getting worse or if it's just that we're more aware of the bad stuff. But I you know, it's a complex, very complex situation. You can't just look at, you know, on the superficial level it looks like it's getting worse, but I don't know if it actually, I don't know if that's actually what's happening. What's up, Argon? But anyway, we'll see. Hopefully, you know, hopefully the trend of seeing, you know, the rise of far right ideologies and fascist adjacent parties all across the world is going to come to an end at some point. Hopefully there's going to be a strong reaction to this very strong phenomenon that's happening right now. That, I don't know. And if not, let's just bomb everything and raze it to the ground and start over. Let's go full Fallout, is what I'm saying. Maybe I should be playing Fallout as the next big thing. Maybe it's thematically appropriate. I don't know. Let's not, is what I'm saying. Listen, if we go full Fallout, I'm going to stand outside. I'm not going to hide in a shelter. I'm going to stand outside, hopefully close enough to a blast that I don't even have to think about what's happening. I'm just waiting, arms open, and then snap. I'm done. I'm out. That's what I'm, you know, I don't want to live through Fallout. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying maybe, you know, maybe our civilization has overstayed its welcome. Will any Swiss even die in a nuclear war? Yeah, of course. If there's a nuclear war, most people are gonna die. Even if you're not in the blast zone, right? Because the fucking world is gonna become unlivable. Even if not, like, atmospherically speaking, you know, from like an economical standpoint, so, you know, society standpoint and all that, it's just, there's not gonna be much survival happening. Yo, Timmy, thank you for gifting a tier 3 sub to Puka Bear. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Timmy. A lot of support. Thank you, thank you. Also, thank you for the gift sub you gifted yesterday on stream. I saw it. Thank you, Timmy. And Puka Bear, you will be remembered. Kebab Clown, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub, 8 months. Appreciate that. Kebab Clown, you will be remembered as well. Hope you're doing well. If you die to a nuclear blast, do you still owe taxes? I don't know. Maybe your next of kin does? I don't know. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't want to live in a wasteland. The point of my sort of jest was mankind has overstayed its welcome. Let's just hit the reset button. Try again, do better next time. I don't know. Here's the thing, even in the case of a nuclear war, like a Fallout style nuclear war, the same shit would happen again, right? Some people would survive, take control over whatever's left, and it would be the same medieval enslaving bullshit that, you know, we've always seen in different forms all through history. So This talk is very depressing. It is... It is just, you know, we're talking about the world and the state of the world today. There's not much to be happy about on the grand scale of things. Smaller scale, plenty of stuff to be happy about. And that's what I'm trying to focus on most of the time, right? Focus on the smaller scale stuff. The people around me, you know, friends, loved ones, all of that. That's what, you know, my personal hobbies and all that. That's, you know, my little corner of the internet. That's the stuff I'm usually trying to focus on, because the grand scale world is, you know, pretty depressing. The problem is, I can't seem to be able to turn a blind eye to all that shit. It just always creeps back in. I can't stop thinking about other stuff. Even when I'm not watching it. Like, even when I'm not paying attention to the news and everything. I'm just, like, I think about the fact that there's so many people suffering all across the world, you know? It's just, it comes to my mind. I can't stop myself from thinking about that shit. I don't know. I wish I had more blind spots. I can't seem to maintain them for long enough to feel at peace. I don't know. And then obviously when stuff's going poorly in my personal life, which is the case lately, it doesn't help. You know, it obviously adds to the... Because then even the small scale stuff feels challenging and difficult, so... Yeah. There's no escape anymore. So that's when I just find a game that I can lose my brain into, which currently is Path of Exile 2. I put on a good TV show I've seen 20 times before. I play a game that allows me to just zone out and grind, and I don't think about anything. That's where I find relief. What's going bad in your personal life? Nothing I'm willing to talk about right now. Maybe in the future. But for now, out of respect for someone else, I am not going to talk about anything. Maybe at some point using this to a writing outlet. Oh, you mean like writing as a way to... Yeah, I don't know. It's a thing with me, Timmy, is that I can't write when my mind is not... when I'm not balanced. I can write when I'm balanced again. And that's when I can dig into like the bad stuff to sort of, you know, find the right emotional tone and all that. But at the moment I'm writing, I need to be balanced. If I'm off balance, which is the case currently, no writing can be done. It's just I can't. I'm too, you know, I'm too in it emotionally to have any sort of like distance with it, which allows me to use it and write with it, right? Yeah. But anyway, we're supposed to play Until Dawn today because we're if, you know, if I want to finish this in 3 days, which is the plan, I probably should play the game a little bit. Well, that's the thing. It's very different, Argon, right? talking about stuff and writing about stuff is a very different process. Like if I'm writing it, I'm writing it for the purpose of being read. It needs to be very, it needs to be a specific like work, right? If I'm just talking, I'm just talking. It doesn't matter, right? None of this really matters. Also, I don't think I'm that good at talking about stuff. I mean, I've been extremely depressed all of January, and I haven't been able to talk about any of it. Again, because part of it is because it's a story that involves someone else that I don't want to put on blast on my Twitch channel, because that's not what I do, right? So that's why I'm keeping it to myself for now, because I don't feel like at this point I can talk about it openly. But also because I don't know, like I don't know if I can even start talking about it. I haven't even been able to talk about it with my friends in private, because I'm just too in my own head about it. I don't know. What's up, Schnur? I'm gonna call you Schnur. That's what I'll remember you as. But yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, if you've been around for January, when I was playing The Last of Us, obviously you were able to tell that I was in a foul mood. And if anyone had to, you know, if anyone suffered from it because I was being a bit snappy in chat or whatever, with chat or whatever, I'm very sorry for it. It had nothing to do with you. I hope you guys know that. It's just, you know, just me trying to work, even though I probably should have taken the entirety of January off, but can't realistically do that. Something. So. But yeah. Romantic troubles, yes. And that's how much I'll say about it. What's up, Lemoon? How are you doing today? Yeah, Timmy. I mean, that can be arranged if that's the thing you know, I'm very good at insulting people. But yes, but romantic troubles that involve someone that's also in the streaming sphere, which is why I'm not, you know, I'm not talking about it in any way, because it's not my goal to put anyone on blast or, you know, have any you know, open any sort of like drama or whatever. I'm very much someone who keeps that private and away from people as much as I can. So but yeah, well, maybe at some point I'll be able to talk a bit more about what happened and what's going on. But as of right now, I'm not willing to get into it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I can't, you know, be transparent, which I like to be transparent with people usually, but as of right now, I unfortunately am not in position to do so. So and very end of the year and beginning of this one was kind of rough. Unfortunately, all kind of unraveled after Christmas, so it happens. I'll be okay. I've been through worse. And I'm sure I'll be through worse in the future again. We move. We endure. What's up, Bristlebutt? Alright. Are we starting a new story? Am I abandoning all my progress and starting a new story? Progress, which again doesn't exist, by the way. I'm just... Are we playing games? I don't know. It seems like we may. Oh my god, it starts immediately. No option or whatever. A tiny butterfly flapping its wings today may lead to devastating hurricane tomorrow or whatever. Okay, that's very loud. I'm gonna have to adjust the volume. But... the smallest decision can dramatically change the future. Your actions will shape how your story unfolds. Your story is one of many possibilities. See, the game is trying to convince me too much that there's branching paths, and now I believe that nothing is real.
On him. I'm just looking out for my girl, Em.
Just because he's class prez doesn't mean he belongs to everyone. Mike is my man.
Hey, Em, I'm not anybody's man.
Whatever you say, darling.
Okay.
Mike? It's Hannah.
Hey, Hannah.
Okay, I'm a little confused with the setup so far, but...
Did you see that? Dad said it'd just be us this weekend. Josh?
Am I... Oh, shit. That's it. Oh, that's a weird camera control. It's very slow and heavy. Okay, hold on. Can I pause? Yes. Was it saying stuff about current progress even though you didn't play it before? Yeah, when you say new story, it says abandon your current progress and start a new story, even when you're in the main menu and you haven't started the game yet. So I was a little confused with the initial setup there. What I'm getting is apparently one of the girls is in love with the boyfriend of another, and then they were all hiding to listen to their conversation. High school type bullshit, right? I don't know, it was a weird setup. This intro was extremely confusing, I thought, but we'll see. What's up, Warren? What's up, Rico? What's up, Lucille? How's the sound during conversations? I feel like the sound's weirdly balanced. Like it doesn't. It feels loud in general, but it feels off as well. Like the dialogue wasn't that loud compared to everything else. Maybe it's a situation where we keep the dialogue just a bit louder. Yeah, the editing was kind of confusing. Is that the same value? Pretty much, yeah. Let's see. Like, music volume's fine right now, right? Just the ambient music there. Oh, I pressed something. Oh! Beth. Find out what the other guys are up to. Character traits. Honest, charitable, funny. She's not very funny, apparently. Brave, romantic, curious. Okay. Relationship status. She's very good friends with Hannah and Josh. Doesn't like Ashley or Emily. That's a lot of names to remember. Wow, that's a lot of menus. The Burning, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub, 2 months. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Less money for Jeff, more money for me. The Burning, you will be remembered. Butterfly effect. Okay, I don't know what any of these do for now. I'm sure that's normal. Find out what the others are up to. I mean, the footsteps and the music right now seem to be pretty good. The volume seems okay. Yeah, let's see. Wait, I saw something shiny here. Was that... Oh! Yeah, there's something that's shining that's part of the UI, right? Yeah, okay, it's through my character, so I need to go around, I guess. Yeah, I mean, this looks pretty good for 2015, I agree. Tutorial. Use the right stick to look around. Objects that glint can be inspected. Press and hold R2 to pick up the bottle. Hold R2 and use the right stick to inspect objects. Huh? Oh. Jeremiah Cragg, 1794.
Jeez, Josh. Once again, brother, you've outdone us all.
Voice volume seems nice, right? Roughly same volume as mine, maybe a little quieter, slightly. Yeah, I think just lowering the sound effects and music was probably good. We'll see during like loud action moments, right? That's gonna be the main problem. So that's the letter that they put on the table during the intro, right? So what was that about? Hannah. You look so damn hot in that shirt, but I bet you're even hotter out of it. Come to the guest room at 2 a.m., Mike. Oh, so that's why it was cruel, right? They're making one of the girls believe that her crush is into it or something. Is into her. And then they're hiding to just spy on them or whatever. That's what happened, I think. That's not very nice. Fucking high school bullshit.
Oh my god. What did our naive sister get herself into now? I got your note.
Glad you could make it.
Oh, okay, it's a... I see. Let's see.
Maybe we should start with a little, you know, making out and see where it goes from there. Oh, hell yeah.
Oh,
Oh my god.
she's in a hurry.
Take your shirt off. What? Oh my god. Matt, what are you doing here?
Hannah.
I'm sorry, Hannah.
Hey,
This all got
don't
out of
mind.
hand,
Just
but...
a stupid prank. You guys are jerks. You know that? Hannah!
Use the right stick to choose. Wake Josh. Find others. Voice seem a bit low. Might be the mixing though. Well, that's the thing. Like there's... I didn't even... Like the game overall was loud. Too loud. And I didn't lower the voices. I just lowered everything else. So... Yeah, I just started playing, yeah. Okay, so R1 brings me to that menu. Okay, Josh is a good friend of mine. How do I feel about... Wait, who was the girl that was just being harassed? That was Hannah, right? So she's my best friend, probably. Cool. Those kids were not very nice, by the way. Who the fuck does that? What a way to, like, ruin the mood for whatever weekend you have planned. Wake Josh or find the others. I don't know. I don't have a lot of information as to what I'm supposed to do now. I mean, Hannah's my best friend and Josh is my second best friend, according to my metrics here, right? So I think it would make sense that I go for Josh, even though he's probably super drunk. You know what? I'm gonna wake Josh.
Josh. Josh. Fuck. Guys, there's someone outside. What the hell?
Hannah!
What's going on? Where's my sister going?
It's fine. She just can't take a joke.
Okay,
It was
so
just a
Hannah is
prank,
her
Han.
sister.
What did you do?
We're just messing around, Beth. It wasn't serious.
You jerks! Hannah! Hannah!
So, should we go after her?
You know, I kind of think you're the last person she wants to see right now, Mike.
Oh shit!
Oh shit!
QTE! Let's go! Safe or fast? I'm glad that apparently I have a choice there. Like, it's not, you know, I can take however much time I want to decide this. So, there's a few, like, interesting things about this game already. The voice recording is awful quality. Like, it sounds like they recorded it in a tin can. Like, you know what I mean, right? Like, it sounds very muffled, which I'm putting down to recording. I don't know, like low budget. Well, I mean, clearly they had budget with the actors they had. I'm not sure why the voice sounds, the voices sound so bad, but I don't know. They spend all the budget on the actors. Yeah, maybe pick around. What's up, Omen? Oh god, we don't have mics. Yeah, what's up, dirties? But yeah, no, I mean, other than that, you know. So far, I'm curious to see what's gonna happen. Also, what do you mean it's a prank? Like, what kind of prank was that? Like, yeah, let's create permanent trauma in a person. Just for the sake of... let's create permanent trauma in a person just for the sake of a prank. What kind of bullshit is that? Fast or safe? Okay, if I'm going with fast, what I'm expecting is if I'm going with fast, the QTE is gonna be harder. But I'm a gamer, so obviously I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna make it work, right? I'm gonna go with fast. Oh, okay. Ankles broken after this. 100%. Follow footprints or follow noise? I mean, the noise could be anything. An animal, a bird, which is what most likely was a bird or a branch breaking in the blizzard. Obviously, I should follow footprints, right? Also, I kind of love the idea. And listen, for me personally as a gamer, this is perfect. Because that's what I prefer. But I think it's hilarious that you're sort of in a chase and you have eternity to make your choices. I think that's amazing. For me personally as a gamer, I'm very much on board with the no time choice there. I'm very grateful for it. You're invincible until you hit 30, then everything breaks. I guess so. I don't know. I'm gonna follow the footprints. I'm sure there's gonna be much more complicated choices later.
Jesus! Fuck! Shit! Damn it, Hannah! Where are you?
Use the touchpad as shown. Oh boy. Also, yeah, the sound mixing is warned. As you can hear, like the sound mixing is very weird. Like the voices here were much louder than just earlier. Like it's all over the place. But it's fine. Status update.
Hannah!
You can direct the light beam using the right stick. Oh shit. Okay, that's kind of cool. Low key, I think it's the first time in a video game that I see a character using a cell phone flashlight to, you know, like as you would. Like most people these days would use their cell phone as a flashlight, right? When's the last time you've used an actual flashlight? Unless you're in an industrial like work environment, like you're working construction and you need a flashlight, like you're gonna use a proper flashlight, right? But I think it's the first time I see that in a video game. That's interesting. Yesterday I used an actual flashlight. Well, okay. The music on this menu is pretty cool. That's good to know. We have like a little menu we can escape to whenever we want some quiet conversation environment. All right. So this character is Beth, okay, and Hannah's my sister. That's what I'm trying to understand the characters and everything so far. And let's see. Okay, so the movement is not tank controls. That's good. But it's fixed camera angle, so we have like a sort of Resident Evil sort of thing. Well, not well fixed, but still moving. Okay, fair. So not Resident Evil, but more like, I don't know. Oh, footprints. Oh, those may be mine, actually. I literally fooled myself with my own footprints immediately. Oh, that's amazing. Master Tracker, yeah. Found it. That's beautiful. Can I? Okay. Somehow I managed to pause right as some fucking jump scare was happening. Is there any? No, there's no like sensitivity setting. Sensibility, sorry. Sensitivity? Sensitivity. It's a little wonky, the control, but okay. That's I managed to dodge the jump scare by pausing at the right time. That's beautiful.
Hello? Hello?
How's the brightness and all, by the way? Is the game too dark for you guys, or is it too bright? I don't know, it seems alright for me. Looks fine. Yeah, I would, if I was playing by myself, I would probably make it slightly darker for myself, but obviously with the stream, with the compression and all that, you want it to be a little brighter than usual. But, yeah. Yeah, it could be less dark. Yeah, that's the thing, right? For me, it could be a little darker. Like, that's the problem with streaming, but... Oh, well. Is that a shoe? Or is that a... Oh, that's a totem. What the fuck? What? Death totem. Totem prophecies, Black Death, the possible death of the person who finds it. Indigenous tribes believe that butterflies... Wait, can you see? Oh, hold on. Yeah, you can almost see everything. I think my camera position is fine. It's either top or bottom, but I think top's probably okay. Based on how the menu is laid out. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna cover some text anyway if it takes the whole page, so. Anyway, indigenous tribes believe that butterflies brought dreams and premonitions. Each totem piece foretells a possible future event. How you play will determine whether or not these prophecies come true. As you unlock totems, the events of the past will become clear. Foretells a possible future events. How you play will determine whether or not these prophecies come true. Okay, this is strange. Found in the mountain by Beth. Replay. Is that me? Or is that Hannah? I can't tell if that's Hannah or if that's Beth. Yes, it's Beth? Because it foretells the my death, right? It says the possible death of the person who finds it. Okay. Hopefully, we're gonna be able to avoid that. Ugh. This little forehead thing is bothering me every time I see my fucking face on the monitor. I had a bit of a patch of dry skin yesterday. I explained it earlier, but I'm gonna explain it again. I feel self-conscious about it. I had a bit of dry skin, and I tried to exfoliate with some, like, you know, one of those like cream with like little things in them that makes them like greedy. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, exfoliated, and then I put some hydration on it. But I think I must have went like a little too hard on it at some point before exfoliating yesterday. Because it was bothering me yesterday, but I didn't realize what was going on, and I was watching Wrestling with Naz, and I was just scratching my forehead like an idiot. And so, yeah, I think I must have like damaged the skin a little bit. What can you do? Isn't exfoliating dry skin bad? Well, it really depends what the situation with your skin is, right? Like if you have like dead skin, it's good to like sort of clean it up. Like I usually like exfoliating around my nose and all that, like the bits of dry skin going away and all that. The problem is that I you know, I scratched it before, and then I probably damaged it with exfoliating a little too hard. So I should have just moisturized it and left it alone, but I'm a moron, and I wasn't paying attention when I was scratching it, and then it was too late. So anyway, just to let you guys that I feel very self-conscious about it right now. I think expressing it makes me feel better about it, right? Because you know, I know, we all know, it's fine. I have a fucking scratch on my forehead, very visible. It's okay. It's a trophy from a war. Yeah, it's just a war scar or whatever. Also, I don't know if you can tell. Hold on. Am I not? Yeah. I don't know if you can tell, but I have adjusted my camera filters a little bit, my color correction. When I changed computers, my camera settings were completely lost. And my current camera is not supported by Windows 11 anymore. It's an older camera, and it just, like, the drivers don't work anymore. I would need to, I need to get a new one. But anyway, I lost all my settings, and I had to, like, just work with, like, secondary filters and all that. And so when I changed my computer, I went way too heavy on the yellow filter. Like, my color correction was leaning way too much towards yellow. It always did a little bit. Like, it kind of sort of fits, like, the colors I usually use on my channel, but I went way too hard on it. I lowered all the saturation, so my face looks a lot more natural right now. As opposed to, like, if you compare to yesterday's VODs, you will see that I'm much more yellow in it. I just noticed that the other day and I was like, huh, I was that yellow all the time? I look like I have a liver disease. But yeah. Anyway, much better now. I feel good about it. Anyway, let's try avoiding death. Oh, same prompt. Yep. Never mind. Oh, so it does also have like... What the fuck? Was that a flare? It also does have some like camera angles change like Resident Evil. So it's a mix between a dynamic camera and Resident Evil style, which is cool. I like that. It's very old school horror style. What the fuck?
What the hell was that?
Oh yeah, for those of you who haven't watched me play horror games before, I'm a scaredy cat. I jump very easily. I get very immersed in games.
Hannah.
So.
Hannah. Hello?
How are you not freezing? What the fuck?
Hannah. Oh my god, you must be freezing.
Thank you.
Here, take my coat. I'm such an idiot. I'm so dumb.
Okay, are we being hunted by the Predator? I am now willing to believe this is... Oh, great.
Jesus Christ. No! No! Shit! No!
Look at this shit!
Fuck! No! Hold on! Hold on!
I'm letting go! Don't let go, Jack! Oh my god. Well, that's a 2-for-1. The Analyst.
Before we begin, there are a few things I need to make sure you understand. You see, no one can change what happened last year.
Is that
The
Peter
past is beyond our control.
Stormar or whatever his
You
name
have
is?
to accept this in order to move forward. But there is freedom in this revelation. Everything you do, every decision you make from now on will open doors to the future. I want you to remember this. I want you to remember this as you play your game. Every single choice will affect your fate and the fate of those around you. So, you have committed to commence with this game. This is significant. And I want to help you see it through. Sometimes these things can be a little scary, even terrifying, but I'm here to make sure that no matter how upsetting things may get, you will always find a way to work through it. Hmm? All right. We will start with a simple exercise. Could you please pick up a card? And I want you to look at the picture on the other side and tell me what you feel about it. It is essential that you answer honestly in order to get the most out of this experience.
No boy. Okay. So I'm pretty sure I managed to kill 2 characters in a little second already. So not ideal, obviously. Here's the thing. We saw the premonition, right? And so I was like, okay, maybe if I let go of the sister, then I get to survive. But then I felt like, what if then the other? Yeah, no, I almost felt like it was. I got in my head a little bit. I was like, maybe what if it's a trap? And like I let go of this. I let go of the sister and she survives, but then the other one like throws me away, or like, like the. Needless to say, I made the wrong decision. It feels like, because it very much looked like both of the characters were dead. So that's so much for that, I guess. But hey, it's cool. It's cool. I like a game that sets the tone right away. It was fun. There are only wrong decisions in life. It can feel like that sometimes, but... Scarecrow in the barn?
So, how did that picture make you feel? Remember, be honest.
Confused. Makes me happy or uneasy. Okay, let's just ignore... It makes me confused because I was expecting something that related to what we had seen so far, right? I need to clear my mind off of that. If I'm just looking at that picture in a vacuum, right? What does it make me feel? I don't know. I think it's pretty cool. It's a barn, a field of corn. I don't know. I would love to live in a place like this. In fact, that's very much what my childhood was like. Playing in the cornfields all the time, and hiding in barns with my friends, and yeah, makes me nostalgic and happy. I'm gonna go with that.
Well, that's good. In what way did it make you happy?
The sunshine, it's peaceful. Yeah, I agree. It's peaceful. That's what it reminds me of. It's the peacefulness of childhood. I live in an apartment, not in a farmlands, but I've been around this kind of place growing up a fair bit. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm very happy that I got to grow up in the countryside and, in the farmlands, and it was... It really felt like a nice little life growing up, I've in my 10 years of teaching, I taught for 7 years in a city. My first 3 years were in the countryside, and it was a nice little town, and it was amazing. And then I taught for 7 years in like a somewhat bigger city, right? Man, I can see how different city kids were, like in terms of how they were growing up and the sort of experiences they've had, and it wasn't even like a it was a pretty quiet and peaceful city, right? But yeah, I could tell the difference. I could definitely tell the difference of sort of like the environment and experiences and all that. Doesn't impact them in the same way. Yeah, I'm personally very happy to have grown up in, in countryside and all that, even though I do enjoy the city as an adult. A lot of convenience. Yeah, I'm gonna go with peaceful.
Oh. Interesting. It's interesting. So, would it make you happy to spend the whole week here all by yourself?
Sure.
Huh. And what if I told you that this cottage was haunted?
I wouldn't care, or I'd be scared. Oh, that's interesting. So, That's actually funny because when I was a kid, I'm sorry, I'm going back to all the childhood stories today, but when I was a kid, there was this house in my village that had the reputation of being haunted. There was this urban legend that the old people who lived there woke up one night when they heard like a lot of loud sounds in the house, and they woke up and they went down the stairs because their bedroom was on the top floor, went down the stairs, and the corridor on the ground level had a lot of little stones everywhere on the ground, as if they were tossed in, or you know, someone had put little stones and rocks everywhere on the, you know, in the corridor. And that's a story that I remember hearing when I was a kid. Like, everyone knew about that story. I'm pretty sure it wasn't true. I'm pretty sure it was just a story someone told at some point, and it kept like spreading, and people were talking about it, and it never actually happened. But obviously, when you're a kid, you know, you hear that, you kind of believe in it, and you know, and so this house was deemed haunted. And one of the places where we would always go to play, we had one of our sort of bases, because when we were kids we had bases all across the town, like where we would like build little you know, wooden cabins, and you know, one of them was near that house. And I remember always being a little scared when we would go there, because it was on the house was sitting right at the border of the forest. There's like a big forest nearby, so it was just sitting at the border on top of a hill. And we had one of our, you know, bases where we played right next to it. So I remember being always a little scared, especially when we would go there like in the evening, and when this, you know, the night was falling and all that. I still went, right, with my friends and all that, but I was still a little scared. It's interesting, it makes me think of all the things that all the weird supernatural stuff I believed when I was a kid, because I would read about it in a book or something, and I never really questioned it. To me, it was just like one of those mysteries of the world that I really believed in. And I feel like somehow the internet made me lose that a little bit. I don't know if that makes sense, but at this point I'm like, if no one has filmed anything like that, it probably doesn't exist. Because someone would have filmed it, right? I don't know. Anyway, I'd be scared.
Oh, what lies beyond the veil of death is, after all, the ultimate unknown. And what could inspire fear more than the terror of uncertainty? Oh, I'm sorry we're out of time for this session. We'll talk again very soon.
Well, that session sucked, whatever the goal was. That'll be for $500, yeah. you need to want to believe. One would expect the internet to exterminate most of these superstitions. I like the idea of the supernatural. I do believe in it to a certain extent. Even though I'm a pretty logical mind, I think, but I do enjoy the idea of keeping an open mind when it comes to the supernatural and all that. Because, I don't know, I think there's always a chance that there's stuff we don't understand or can't explain. I like the aesthetic there, it's really cool.
Today is the one-year anniversary of the dreadful tragedy that took place on Mount Washington. Annie Klein, who was in charge of the investigation.
Thanks for having me, Marty.
Listeners, an update on Hannah and Beth Washington, the twins who are still missing.
1 year ago tonight, the Washington girls left the safety of their parents' lodge and headed out into a snowstorm.
Foul play.
Not officially, no. There is one individual we're considering as a person of interest, but his whereabouts are currently unknown. He has an interesting history with the Washington family. He had warned them against pursuing their construction project and claimed the land was sacred to his forefathers.
You know, there is still the old sanatorium on the mountain. Could he be hiding there?
My officers did search the grounds, but the girls themselves couldn't have made it that far.
Something about that mountain seems to breed tragic events.
More than you know, Marty.
Well, thank you for joining us, Annie. With all the Washingtons tonight, their son Josh, on this, the anniversary of the mysterious disappearance of Hannah and Beth Washington.
Well, hello, friends and fans. All right, let's do that again. All right. Well, hello, friends and fans. It's beyond awesome to have you guys all back this year. First off, I gotta say, I am super excited to welcome all my pals back to the annual Blackwood Winter Getaway. Ah! So, let me just let you know, let's take a moment to address the elephant in the room for a second. I know you're all probably worried about me, and I know it's gonna be tough on all of us going back after what happened last year, but I just want you all to know, it means so much to me that we're doing this, and that I know it would mean so much to Hannah and Beth that we're all still here together, and I'm thinking of them. I really want to spend some quality time with each and every one of you, and just share some moments that we'll never forget for the sake of my sisters, and, you know. Okay, so let's party like we're fucking porn stars, okay? Make this one trip we will never forget, all right? Yes!
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, going back to the same place 1 year after literally two of their friends, and apparently Josh was their brother, it's kind of crazy. I don't know. I understand the idea of like, yeah, let's honor their memories or whatever, especially if you don't expect that they were murdered, but just, you know. But still. Like, especially since they ran out of the house because of something they did, right? Yeah, that's the thing, right? They created that situation because of that weird prank. Like, how are you still friends with those people? I would be blaming them hard. I don't know. 10 hours until dawn. Title drop. Oh. Okay. Listen. I don't want to lose another character right away, please. Sam, Hannah's best friend, diligent, considerate, adventurous. Yeah, I don't know, like... When was Rami Malek? The first time I heard about Rami Malek was when he was in Mr. Robot, which I haven't seen, by the way, but I heard of it when it came out. That was after this, right? That was like 2017, maybe 2018. Mr. Robot was also 2015. Okay, interesting. So that was pretty much at the same time. That's when he sort of became more famous, right? Okay, cool. And then obviously, you know, I think the next thing I heard about him was he was in the James Bond movie, I think, later, and obviously Bohemian Rhapsody. That was a big one, but. Yeah, Cassian. I actually do want to watch Mr. Robot. I just never got around to it. It's on the list. Okay, so Sam was Hannah's best friend. Diligent, considerate, adventurous.
Hello? Someone there?
Path to cable car station 2102. So the dawn is at 7 a.m. Okay. What does the menu say? Oh my god, she hates everyone. It makes sense. They're all responsible for the death of her best friend. Honest, charitable, brave. Oh, that the twins means that the girl. Okay, so are we gonna investigate on them? Cool. How's the sound been, by the way, for everyone? Like during the louder action scene earlier and all that. Is it fine? I mean, there's only so much I can do. Like the game's sound balance is pretty off. It keeps getting loud and quiet, and, you know. Seemed good? Okay. I love her outfit and bag, by the way. I mean, I'm not sure the color of the bag fits the outfit in general, but the outfit is amazing. Use the right stick to look around. Objects that glint can be inspected. Okay. The gate's busted. Climb over. Signed, Chris.
Wow, what? Damn it.
Yeah, fucking hell. Do I like Chris? No, I don't like anyone, but Chris specifically. Okay, he's one of the one I consider the highest. Oh, I can move her head. That's funny. That face, she was so done. Yeah, can I make it a proper high roll? Yeah, not really. I wish the movement was like more fluid so I could make like a proper high roll, but...
Oh, Jesus, never mind.
No, closed means closed. Alright, so how do I climb over? Ah, I see. Oh god. I'm gonna fall and break my neck. Safe or quick? No reason to hurry right now. I'm gonna be safe. climb. What the fuck? I'm not gonna jump. Okay, why are you standing on the wall just... Oh yeah, how have we not talked about that? The vision of the enemy when we were getting chased instantly reminded me of Predator. Which, you know, it wasn't that similar, but it reminded me of it. So I was gonna say, I'm ready to accept this as an unofficial sequel to Predator.
Aww.
Aw,
Hey, little fella.
love squirrels.
You hungry? Huh?
When the don't move icon keep the...
Cutie.
The game's asking me to not move my controller. That's the first time I see that in a game, I'm pretty sure. If you are unsure what to do next, you can see your current objective by pressing R1. Yeah, that squirrel was cute. Yeah, I don't know. Not moving the controller as a mechanic is a first for me. I will admit. I don't think I've ever seen that in a game. That's kind of cool. Like when I see the controller light, I just don't move. There. Especially since like the PS5 controller is so much more sensitive than the PS4 one. And I have to be really still.
Cool.
Indigenous people and butterfly prophecies. Tribes who once lived in these mountains believed that butterflies carried dreams and prophecies of possible futures. The color of the butterfly indicated the nature of the prophecy. Death. Black butterflies prophesied the dreamer's death. Red butterflies warned of dangerous events. Brown butterflies foretold of tragedy affecting friends. Yellow butterflies offered visions of help and guide. And white butterflies brought dreams of luck and good fortune. Okay. Here's to a lot of yellow and white butterflies, hopefully. Yeah, no, I don't think Detroit had anything like... You had like to hold buttons together and stuff like that, but there was nothing... nothing like just not touching or moving the controller at all, right? That wasn't a thing. As you explore, you can discover totem artifacts. Picking a totem up and turning it will reveal a colored butterfly and a premonition of a possible future. Cool. Oh, by the way, I don't know why I'm thinking about that now, but any of you guys started playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 today? I think it just came out, right? I know $10 was waiting for it. Is it as good as people were hoping? Rotate the totem. Guidance totem. Okay, guidance is yellow, so it means help and whatever, right? Yeah. Indigenous tribe believe that butterfly brought dreams, premonition. Yeah, okay. Yellow is guidance. How can I look at it again? Inspect. So if I see a bird, there's some dude next to it. Okay. I don't know exactly what those... Like, it all seems very cryptic. Which I kind of like, but, you know. A couple hours ago, people say it's good. More of the same, but more polished. That's cool. Okay, and we get a little bit more of the past there. Hold on.
And driven mad.
What the fuck? that took a turn. At some point between those two things, Something's escalating. What's up, Katie? How are you doing today? Civ 7 is next week. More excited about that. Oh yeah, that's true. That's coming out soon.
And driven mad.
Driven mad, says. Okay. The future is uncertain. Whether or not the prophecy comes through depends on the choices you make. Press R1 at any time to view your totem collection. Oh, that's kind of cool. We're gonna take a cable car all the way up there. Nice. This looks good. Love it. What's up, Kagaj? How are you doing? On Thursday, if you want to spend the big bucks. What, Civ 7? I personally am not going to play it. But I don't have time for a game like that right now.
Wow, graffiti all the way up here.
The past is beyond our control. So that's the lodge. Sanatorium. Ranger's Path. A house down there. And the lower cable car. Oh, that's the cable car station, I guess. There. And then the lodge. Then Sanatorium. Why would there be a sanatorium all the way up in the mountains? That seems
Chris, you here?
like a bad
Bag's
idea.
Here. Where are you? You're not in the bag, are you? Hello. What do we have here?
Clothes bag or Snoop? Oh shit. Okay, so in real life, I would probably never snoop unless, you know, I had concerns about the person and I wanted to check if, you know, maybe, I don't know, if this could help with the situation. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't. But in the case of the game here, I'm kind of interested in looking at what's going on. Also, it's really weird that the tutorial pretty much tells me the exact same thing it told me during the intro. It feels like I'm getting a second tutorial. Okay, I'm gonna snoop. Butterfly.
Aha!
Change the narrative of the
Who
game.
is?
Oh shit. It's Ashley.
Hey, nosy.
Chris!
Oh my god. This smile is something, yeah. Methodical, has a crush on Ashley, protective, humorous. Alright, Chris. So he is the murderer, right? Oh boy. Methodical, protective, humorous.
You scared me.
I'm sorry. Are you my secretary?
I was buzzing.
Cool. Well, thanks for letting me know. I can take it from here. Oh, so I found something kind of amazing.
What?
I'm not going to tell you. You got to see for yourself. Come on. It's this way.
Where?
Right around here. Gonna blow your mind.
Okay. Status update. Oh, it's like the objective changed, right? Oh shit, hold on. The variables can actually change. I'm assuming the line is where we started? Right, the line is where we started, because now I'm less honest because I've snooped, but I'm more curious. Interesting. And Chris likes me less because I looked into his shit. Uh-oh. Okay, cool. I see. So there's actual like changes of stats and everything. That's pretty cool. Oh.
Oh man, look at this.
Nice. You think we'll get a visit from America's Most Wanted?
Looks like someone thought so.
Oh, come on. This place is abandoned most of the year. Nobody comes up here.
So we found a clue. Milgram Victor. Male, 6'2", Blackwood Pines, last seen on the 16th of March, 1998. Wanted in connection with a first-degree arson offense as well as various death threats. Anyone with information regarding this dangerous criminal should contact the BPMC as soon as possible. So that was in July 1998, but the game obviously takes place in modern days because smartphones. Sam looked at Chris's incoming message and Chris was offended by Sam's indiscretion. Okay, so it tells you, like, it keeps track of, like, the decisions you make. And tells you what impact it had, apparently. And then that's a clue I collected. Right. Torn up wanted poster about a fugitive on the mountain dated 1998. Someone didn't want people to see this. Okay, cool. It's keeping notes and everything for me. That's great. Collect clues to solve the mysteries of Until Dawn. Collect clues to solve the mysteries of Until Dawn and increase your chances of survival. Press R1 to examine your clues.
Ta-da! Pretty rad, right?
Yeah.
Come on, look at these beauties.
Beauties is not the word that comes to mind. Why is this even here?
What do you mean?
What the hell is a shooting range doing at the base of a ski lodge?
Dude, have you ever met Josh's dad?
Yeah?
He thinks he's like Grizzly Adams or something. Wanna try?
No, you go ahead, Grizzly.
All right, here goes.
Use the right stick to aim and R2 to shoot. Oh my god, what is this? So we take the gun with us to defend ourselves, right?
Wow, nice shooting ticks.
All right, I'm bad. I'm a badass.
I'm gonna go ahead and guess it was a wild case of beginner's luck.
Nah, I don't think so, girl.
Well, anybody and their brother could shoot a bottle that big, that close.
No. No. I am not shooting the squirrel.
Nice shot.
Your ass just got sacked.
Hey, sharpshooter, a ride's coming.
Wait, I'm just getting the hang of this.
Come on, Chris, the cable car.
Take the gun. No. Oh, wait. Change character? Oh, smooth. Okay. Suddenly we control a different character. I don't mind that. That's pretty cool.
Man, it is. It's definitely weird coming back up here after a whole year.
Yeah, I swear, the moment I got here, it just all came flooding back.
The year goes fast.
Okay. Terrible, funny, and curious. Likes Ashley a lot and likes Josh a lot. Okay. He reminds me of someone. Who does he remind me of? He reminds me of someone who's not him. I know, like, it's not the same actor, but it still reminds me of someone. Trying to... He reminds me of a specific actor in a specific role. Can't put my finger on it. Who could that be? Val Kilmer? No, it Oh, I know. He reminds me of Christophe Lambert, the French actor. Specifically in that movie's name, holy crap. The Highlander, yeah, but I'm thinking of a different film where he looked like that. Can't find it again. It doesn't matter. But if you look at a picture of Christophe Lambert around that time period, he does look quite a bit like that. The blondish hair, the glasses, and all that. Like, he really looks quite similar. That dude. Obviously not him, right? Like, but yeah.
It must be really hard on Josh.
I don't know how he keeps it all together. I'd be a wreck.
Well, we're all just gonna have to keep an eye on him. Must be going through so much, and he seems like the kind of guy who's not gonna just ask for help, you know?
Yeah.
What's that? Why is it suddenly focused on my face? Wait, is that a thing? Like, if I stop moving, it's gonna suddenly focus on my face? That's interesting. I wanted to see, does it do anything if I check the same clue with the different character? No, okay. Yeah, it's a strange choice, like suddenly the focus on the face. I don't hate it. I think it's pretty cool. As like a idle screen. Oh, it doesn't do it here. Huh. Strange. Hey, what's up, Zimt? How are you doing today?
Hey, that's weird. Door's locked.
Yeah. Josh wanted us to keep it locked to keep people out.
He said that? What people?
I don't know. He said they found people sleeping in the station one time.
It's creepy.
Yeah, all these creepy people trying to hide from the cold. How dare they?
After you.
Oh, real gentleman.
Oh shit, wrong button. I kind of wish there was like a first-person view sometimes to look at things, but I understand why it's not
And I
that.
thought the car was closer.
Guess we gotta wait.
I'm starting to get the appeal of killing time at the shooting range. How long is this gonna take?
It's a big mountain.
Yeah. So beautiful in the day, but at night just feels menacing, like a sleeping giant.
What a crazy place to set up house. I mean, no matter how rich you are.
They're not so rich. They only bought a mountain.
Blackwood Pine Hotel and Sanatorium for a healthy body and mind. What? No. Am I supposed to see something? Okay. So these people bought a whole ass mountain.
Finally, you coming?
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, well, I was gonna stay here and catch some Z's, but okay.
They're rich, yeah. It's like generational wealth type thing. I mean, I think it plays into the story, right? There was that mention at the beginning during the radio thing that she was listening to. That apparently one of the people up there, or one of the natives or something that used to live in this land, were mad at the Washington family. Washington, I think. Because of their construction projects, right? So I don't know, maybe there's something like about, there's a native sort of mythology behind all of this, like sort of, you know, like Indian cemetery type thing, you know, that whole sort of typical trope, maybe. I don't know, we'll see where this is going, but I'm excited. It's interesting. It's very campy, I like that.
Just like going to the prom.
Here we go.
Right. Adventure begins.
Oh, I hope this was the right thing to do.
What?
You know, getting everyone together on the anniversary. I mean, Josh seemed really pumped about us all doing something, didn't he?
Yeah, no, he definitely did. I haven't seen him so excited about something in forever.
Good, good. It's hard to tell with him, and I don't know, I've kind of been worried.
No, it was a good idea.
I hope everyone else feels the same way.
We're all here, aren't we?
Thanks, bro. Good talk.
You know what? Let's just stop talking about what happened and enjoy the trip.
You know what? You're right.
You know how Josh and I met?
No.
Okay, 3rd grade. Josh sat in the back of the room, I sat in the front. We didn't even know each other existed. But the kid sitting next to Josh started strap snapping the training bra on the girl in front of him. So the teacher made him move to the front, where I was sitting.
Okay, so.
So I got moved to the back. And next to Josh. That's how we met. I mean, and became friends to this day.
Match made in heaven.
If it weren't for the fact that Jeannie Simmons hit puberty like 3 years early, and on that day decided to wear a low-cut shirt that showed off her training bra, I mean, who knows? You could be riding in this cable car alone. Right now. Or we're talking to some other person entirely.
What a story.
Boom. Butterfly effect.
The theme. Interesting. What the hell is... Okay, what is that face she's making right now? Is she petrified in fear? Is she frozen? The faces are absurd. They look fine when they're like moving and talking, but like some of the freeze frames are so ridiculous. Like she looks frozen to death right now. Like we're gonna find her and we're just gonna like touch her. She's gonna like, there's gonna be a cracking. She's just gonna fall like a block on the ground. Yeah, she's in immense pain right now. Her face is 2015 state of the art. That is not true. Didn't Beyond Two Souls come out? Beyond Two Souls came out before that. And it looked a lot better. Yeah, it came out 2 years before that. And it looked a lot better. But, you know, different budgets, I'm sure. Confident, trusting, irreverent. Beyond Two Souls was ahead of its time? I don't know. I don't think so. I think it was on the curve. I mean, The Last of Us came out in the same year, right? It looked amazing as well. I mean, I would argue this is on the level of Heavy Rain. Right, which was like 3 years before. And like Bed said, apparently the game was in development hell for a long time. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. It still looks good. I'm not saying the game doesn't look good. I think it looks just fine. It's just, you know, some of the faces' expressions are a bit awkward. You know. Beyond Two Souls about to become a TV series? Seriously? No way. That's kind of cool, actually. I would watch that. Also, by the way, did I say I was going to finish this game in 3 days? I don't know. I'm going to have to pick up the pace if I want to finish this game in 3 days. I'm going to have to pick up the pace severely. But, you know. I mean, I don't have to finish it in 3 days. That was just the original plan. We don't need a timeline. I know. I'm just, you know, talking to myself, I guess. On the level of Heavy Rain, thought the facial expressions in Heavy Rains were a lot worse. Really? I don't know. Elliot Page is involved too in the TV show? Okay, that's cool. Is David Cage involved? Is the real question. Is he writing the TV show? Is he directing it? Oh god. I'm assuming you mean Link. Sure. Alright, Jess is Mike's new girlfriend. So, Hannah was Mike's... No. Hannah was... Wait. Someone was Mike's girlfriend at the time. And then they tricked Hannah into... But I don't remember if it was... I'm already expected to follow those characters' relationship. Oh, so his production company actually purchased the rights. That's interesting. From Quantic Dream. Which means, thank God, David Cage is not going to be involved. Oh no. Shit, David Cage is in... Oh, God. We're thrilled to collaborate again with Elliot Page on this project, said Quantic Dream writer and director David Cage. Well, listen. They've acquired the rights. This means nothing. Acquiring the rights... You know how many books get their rights, like, secured, and it never becomes anything? Most of them. Most of the acquired rights of books or other media by, like, production companies never actually lead to anything. Most of them. I'm not kidding. Like, the majority of acquired rights never lead into anything. So hopefully... Hopefully this doesn't lead into another David Cage. We don't need to see David Cage's work on TV, okay? It's fine. Let's keep it in the video game realm. Maybe his writing works better in TV series. Maybe he improved as a writer. Who knows? Or maybe he's just not really involved and he's just, you know, happy to have sold the rights. I don't know. Hey Rob, thank you for 29 months. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. MLP Rob, you will be remembered. "100% will have a cameo." Oh, God. I hate that you're probably right. Hey, we'll see. Listen, I'm not against the idea of seeing more of that game world. I think Beyond Two Souls was my favorite of the bunch, right? And I think it's the one that has the most interesting story and universe, and I think there's a lot more to say about that story. So. I hope that show opens up with Cage explaining the plot. Hi, I'm David Cage, writer and director of Beyond Two Souls. The show you're about to watch. If those are not the first words of the show, I'm not watching it. All right, let's relieve Jess of that terrifying expression on her face.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. New people. Time to meet and greet.
Yeah, that is totally how a normal person talks. She's cute. Jess. She's honest, funny, brave, romantic, mostly. She's not very charitable. Okay. She hates Emily. Okay, so my deduction here is that Emily was probably Mike's girlfriend at the time of last year's excursion. And so she hates her guts. It's interesting that Mike's her boyfriend, but the bar's only in the middle. And she almost likes Matt as much as Mike. I'm telling you, this is a bad start. Rats with bushy tails. Chris chose to not shoot the squirrel. Of course. Nature remain in balance. Oh shit. Okay, that was a bigger decision than I thought. I was almost ready to put nature of balance. I don't know how I feel about the fact that the game tracks your choices like that and tells you like how many there are and what they do. I feel like the mystery is part of the fun, but like not knowing what consequences you're choosing.
What the hell?
Jess, hey!
Jessica, over here! Are you guys having a really weird stroke?
We're stuck in this stupid thing.
Can you please let us out? Pretty please?
We should, okay. Warren, $10. We should make a compilation of all the jump scares. Make a clip every time there's a jump scare and then do like a quick rapid fire compilation at the end of this of all the jump scares that I've experienced, because I feel I can already tell there's gonna be a few of them. Jesus. I was building up the suspense before pressing the button.
Oh my god. I thought we were goners. Another 10 minutes in there and I would have chewed off my own leg.
Oh, sick, Chris.
Look, I got a lot of meat on my bones. This is all muscle down here.
Yeah, right. Uh-huh.
Hey!
Chris!
I'm just doing like Sam taught me. Other people's private thoughts are my own personal playground.
Do not be a jerk.
My goodness. Seems that someone has a little crush on our good friend and dear class president Michael Monroe.
Chris.
And what kind of sizzling erotica might our Jessica be capable of imagining? I wonder.
Insist, give that back, or explain I'm with Mike now. Oh, boy. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. So the past decisions... Oh. So you can... Oh, that is actually pretty cool. Because in my mind, it was going to be, oh, that's just like one thing and one... No. It shows like the cascading consequences. It started with Sam looking at Chris's message. Which then Chris sort of takes revenge on, you know. That's kind of cool. Okay. No. I'm on board. Now I'm on board with the system suddenly. It's a lot better than I thought. Huh. Cool. Let me hold on. I was so focused on like the UI stuff that was happening that I didn't quite listen to the dialogue as well as I would have liked.
Playground.
Do not be.
Let me watch that again.
Hey, Chris.
I'm just doing like Sam taught me. Other people's private thoughts are my own.
Yeah, at that point and when the butterfly thing
Playground.
happened,
Do not be a jerk.
I sort of zoned out.
My goodness. Seems that someone has a little crush on our good friend and dear class president Michael Monroe.
Chris.
And what kind of sizzling erotica might our Jessica be capable of imagining? I wonder.
Well, I mean, they're together, right? So, kind of rude. Pick the letter like that. Insist, give that back, or explain. I don't need to explain anything. This is my property. I'm gonna insist that you give it back. I'm gonna set my boundaries very clear.
Give that back, you tool.
Tool and die. That's my motto.
Oh, you're such an idiot. Maybe Nosy Nancy shouldn't go nosing around in other people's nostrils.
Yeah, I try not to do that as a rule.
Come on, Jess. You can tell us. You can totally keep secrets.
Whatever. You'll figure it out eventually.
All right. Let's just get up to the lodge already. It's getting tired of all this nature and junk.
You guys go ahead. I'm just gonna wait here for a bit. See who else is coming.
You mean Mike?
What? I mean, you know, whoever.
Sam?
Did you see this view? I mean, holy cow. Sometimes I forget to just stop and take it all in.
Seriously, couldn't they have built the lodge like right where the cable car ends?
Those like freeze frames on the characters for introductions feel like sometimes they're cutting off the characters speaking. I like it. I think it's a pretty cool effect. I also like how the game switches between the characters, like very, you know, it's pretty snappy. Like it really goes many characters. I do enjoy that. It's a lot to remember though. Like the names and everything, I'm gonna have to, you know, work to memorize everything. But so it's funny that Chris says he's done with nature and everything at the beginning of a weekend in a lodge in the mountains. You better get used to that. So Emily is Mike's ex. I was correct with that. I remember, like I figured that out thanks to the UI. Intelligent, resourceful, and persuasive. Okay. That is not the character I expected. I was expecting Emily there. Who the fuck is Matt? Honest, charitable, romantic, curious. Good friends with Emily and Jess. Wait, Jess is the one we just saw, right? Yeah. Okay, Emily, Mike's ex. Intelligent, resourceful, persuasive. She's cute.
I don't think it would have been like as pretty.
And Matt is Emily's new boyfriend. Oh boy, hold on. The previous character, Mike's new girlfriend, also liked Matt quite a bit. Did they do like a weird exchange? Oh, that'd be... I'm seeing the setup for like some proper high school drama right there. And I'm ready for it. Is this one of those games? Is this like Life is Strange? Do I need to revert into my teenage brain to really appreciate this? Am I gonna have to method game again? Method gaming is something we came up with when we were playing Life is Strange, you know, going back to my like teenage brain and to really embrace the characters, calling it method gaming. I think I'm gonna have to do the same here. I'm seeing some potential drama happening all there. Love this. This is great. I'm so excited about this game. Matt. Okay, Matt. Emily's new boyfriend. I should have taken notes of all those relationships.
No.
And where's the bellboy when you need one?
Ow. I'm carrying all your shit right now. That's kind of rude.
Getting chills.
We're almost there.
No, I mean getting kind of creeped out.
Oh. Yeah.
It's gonna be weird seeing everyone up here again.
Definitely not gonna feel like a regular party. I mean, what do you think?
Keeping the controller still is gonna be fun. Well, hopefully we won't have to do that when there's a jump scare, right? But I'm sure the game's gonna use that mechanic to trick us. By the way, $10. I think there were, obviously, you know, you don't have to go dig into it, but I think there were a few more before the previous one. I think there's been a couple of jump scares. In fact, the first jump scare of the game, I think I dodged because I pressed pause exactly when it happened, which would be a nice, cool introduction to a compilation, right? Like, oh, I managed to skip the jump scare. What a pro I am, you know? And then you have all the other ones that are actually getting me every time. The overconfidence of dodging the first one. I got jump scared by pressing new game. Oh yeah. I mean, I can also look into it at some point. $10. But yeah, obviously no rush. Like it's. I think we'll wait until like I finish the game, right, to do a whole thing. Yeah, the audio was loud. Yeah. Yeah, I paused at the deer, and then at some point there's a jump scare, but I don't remember when it is. I'm not sure. We'll find them again, I'm sure. Maybe there's not going to be so many more. Maybe it's just jump scares at the beginning for fun, and then there's not going to be any more. Who knows? I'm hoping. Chris sneaking up on Sam at the cable ride. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, when she looks at the bag, that's true. Yep, yep, good one. Jesus. I think that's it, pretty much, at that point. Maybe there was one during the intro when we run away with, like, the the deer or something. I'm not sure. Whatever. Well, again, I'll watch the VOD again and find them. If not, it's not a big deal. Okay, Mike, Emily's ex. Intelligent, driven, persuasive. Also a complete asshole, if you ask me. Because, like, what it did to Hannah was completely fucked up, by the way. Like, how do you get on board? How are you on board with doing that to someone? Absolutely demented. Complete narcissism. I'm gonna call it now. Mike is a narcissistic sociopath. I've decided. I'm gonna diagnose people instantly. All right, let's go.
You guys.
Michael!
You really should have seen your faces right there.
Dude, I almost clocked you just now.
Nice one.
Michael, you're a jerk.
Come on. Guys, we're all friends here, right? No need for violence, just a little harmless fun. We're up in the woods, it's spooky. Come on, let's get into the spirit of things.
The spirit of things? Seriously, what's wrong with you?
I'm just trying to lighten the mood, Em. Don't be like that.
Like what?
The way you're being. You always get like this.
Yeah, Mike is a piece of crap. I don't like him right away. I'm not on board with Mike right now. Also, I've already decided, like, so far, I quite like Emily. I think she's cool. We'll see. We'll see if you know. Threaten, back off Mike, or welcome, we're all friends here. I don't know how I feel about Jess. We haven't seen a lot of Jess. I think Sam seems alright, and Chris seems a little cringe but funny. Yeah. Threaten or welcome, we're all friends here. You know what? I'm gonna threaten that guy. Back off, Mike.
Michael, you gotta step off. Emily and I are together now, and that's just the way it is. I'm not gonna tell you again.
Oh shit.
Do we understand each other?
Well, I thought maybe we could move past all this. Be buds, but yeah, fine.
Mike.
No, it's totally cool. I'm just gonna head down the road, be all mature and shit by myself over here. Peace.
I think you got the message.
You know what?
Kind of hot when you get all out.
I think that was
you
fair.
Know that? Oh, crap.
What?
Hey, could you take these the rest of the way?
The bags?
Yeah, just all the bags.
Why?
I need to go find Sam.
Okay.
Sorry, I really need to go find her. I totally forgot I needed to talk to her before we get all the way up there.
This really can't wait. We're almost there.
It's important. Matt, please.
Oh boy. My intuition tells me something's off there. I don't like this very much. I feel like she's lying. Agree, okay, I'll go, or persist, I'm not leaving you alone. I mean, leaving someone alone, literally where their friends disappeared mysteriously a year ago, seems like a terrible idea. I think there's an argument for Matt here to be like, you know what, I'm not leaving you alone, without getting into like controlling, overprotective boyfriend trope, right? It's just like, listen, that may not be a great idea. But, Also, let me, I want to check something there. I'm less charitable, but more romantic? Really? Okay, the game took my action as a romantic gesture. I mean, to be fair, he stood up for his girlfriend. You know, just nice. It felt a little bit too much like, you know, marking your territory, but fair enough, you know. Standing up for the person you care about is great. Something you want to do, of course. I felt like it was maybe slightly too aggressive, but to be fair, Mike was being a dick. So I think it was fair and justified. I'm not sure. Oop. Almost fucking dropped my controller there. That was not ideal. Yeah, Picura. Yeah, I don't see the point in like jump scaring people. I always thought that was a bit ridiculous. My last long relationship, my girlfriend at the time, my ex-girlfriend, she used to love jump scaring people. I don't know. It was a stupid thing, but she loved doing that. And I remember when we first moved in together, literally day one, she jump scared me as I was getting out of the bathroom. I jumped and then collapsed on the floor, and I really got scared. Like, she really got me good. I had to set a boundary after that. I was like, you know what? Okay, let's make it a rule. We do not jump scare each other ever after this point. It's like, this is not great. Like, this is the type of shit that leaves them, like, you start becoming scared of opening a door in the house at some point. So I was like, okay, we really gotta stop doing this. She did it again a few days later. I should have seen the signs. I'm very bad at seeing red flags. I should have seen the signs at that point. And when that happens, I was like, you know what? I was really being serious last time. Like, we do not do that anymore. And then she never did again. But I had to, like, I really had to, really make it clear. I was really upset the second time. I really had to make it like super clear that I was not joking around. But yeah, I mean, if only that was the biggest problem. She used to do this thing where she would slap me on the back of the head when, most of the time when I was doing something stupid, or like I was being like I was being an idiot, or I was being, funny or making jokes, or, it would just like joke around and be idiots, be silly, right? Like the sort of silliness you do when you're in a relationship. And she, she used to like slap me on the back of the head, like as a joke, of course, like nothing aggressive or whatever. But it started becoming a recurring thing. And even sometimes like, it would happen like for no reason whatsoever. I was just sitting at the computer and playing a game, and just like she would pass behind me and boink. And I was like, okay, I remember at some point I was like, okay, you really need to stop that. Like, this is not good. And it's, it's not a pleasant sensation, and, it's fine like the first couple times, like as a joke when we're joking around. I get it, it's fine. Like, it was starting to become like a regular thing. And I was like, you know what, I would prefer if we stopped that. Right? Like if we didn't do that. It still happened quite a few times, and I had to multiple times. It ended up being at a point at some point where I literally, like, I was tearing up. I remember at some point I was tearing up and saying, I know it's not a big deal. I don't like it. You need to stop doing this. Like, it's really annoying and it's unpleasant, and I don't like being slapped on the back of my head. Again, another red flag I ignored at the time. And that all I'm talking, like, that was all like first year relationship stuff, right? Like, all happened during the first year. We stayed together almost 7 years. 6 years, yeah. I should have seen the signs, because it was just, you know, like minimal things, but like in terms of like not respecting boundaries and all that, like just small things. But you know, I should have seen the signs, the red flags, because obviously it turned into much worse stuff later on. You know, like actual like emotional abuse and, you know, emotional boundaries being broken constantly, you know, because obviously like the physical ones, you know, are easier to see, right? Physical boundaries are much easier to see, right? Emotional boundaries are harder to... It's not as obvious, I guess. But yeah, anyway. It's not a red flag, it's a red fucking truck, yeah. A crimson banner, as I call it. When I want to emphasize how big of a red flag something is, I call it a crimson banner. Yeah. Oh well. I wasn't, you know, I'm not gonna sit here and say I was perfect, right? Obviously, I had my own share of issues and responsibility in the relationship being what it was, but, you know. It's a red truck because she's running you down in it, and... yeah, fair. But yeah. I think the moment I knew the relationship was gonna end, and I know this is like the lore info dump, like the Daniel Matt lore info dump. The moment I knew that relationship was done was during the pandemic. A few months after my grandmother got diagnosed with her leukemia, and I was going through, you know, anticipated grief. You know, I was. We knew that, you know, it was unlikely that there was going to be a very positive outcome. You know, she wasn't going to have too many more years. So I was going through anticipated grief, and I was very depressed and very sad. You know, my grandmother was the most important person in my life, so obviously that was a big deal for me, and I was taking care of her, and you know, and you know, obviously it took a toll, and I was very sad and depressed a lot, and there was this situation during the pandemic where, you know, because of her treatment for leukemia, my grandmother had basically no immune system anymore. So since I was taking care of her, no more visits, you know, I had to be super careful during the worst parts of COVID, because obviously I didn't want to bring anything from the outside. So, well, unfortunately, there was a period of a couple months where you know, my girlfriend at the time couldn't come and see us because I was living with my grandmother. I moved back with my grandmother at that point to take care of her. So we lived together for quite a bit, but it was her apartment, and I was just living there like almost half the time. Like she was a bit further away in the country. Like it was like an hour and a half away from my home, and so I was, you know, I had my stuff there, I had a computer there and everything, but I was not living there full time because I was still working around my home at the time. But anyway, then when my grandmother got sick, I moved back full time, and she also moved, like she left the apartment that she was in because she changed jobs. Whatever, big story. Anyway. And I was pretty depressed and sad at the time because, you know, obviously I was seeing my grandmother just, you know, being affected by her sickness, and she was super sad because of not being able to see anyone, any of her friends, because of the pandemic and all that, and it was a very difficult situation, and it was taking a big toll on me. And my girlfriend at the time, I remember one day told me like, well, you can't be sad all the time. Like she was basically annoyed because I was depressed because of that situation. And she told me like, you can't be sad all the time. She's not even dead yet. That were her words. In French, I'm translating, but that's basically what she said. Dude, the moments I heard those words, I was like, oh yeah, we're probably... Like, I didn't say it, but in my brain, like, something snapped. And I was like, oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure we're done. And, like, a couple months after that, you know, at that point, I sort of, like, you know, I was not in it anymore. Like, emotionally, I was just checked out. And, you know, we didn't see each other very much, of course, at that time because of, like I said, the pandemic, and, you know, we couldn't see each other. We were just texting every day, but yeah, I wasn't in it at that point too much anymore. Like, that was, to me, that was such, like, an insane thing to say. And I expressed it, right? I expressed the fact that I thought that was very hurtful, and, you know, that I think that was a really fucked up thing to say, and that I was very upset about it. She never apologized. She never took accountability for it. No sort of empathy or self-reflection whatsoever. And so, yeah, I mean, at some point down the road, I was willing to put that. At the time, I was like, I was half willing to be like, okay, I understand this is a rough time for everyone. The pandemic, not seeing each other, the fact that I was depressed all the time, which I understand can be difficult, right? I'm not saying it's easy to be with someone that's depressed all the time. It's extremely hard. I get that. So, I was willing to be like, you know what, we'll just, once the pandemic thing is over, once all of this sort of blows over, maybe my grandmother's situation changes one way or another, we'll I was willing to come back to the table and see what happened, right? And see what it was like. But yeah, at some point later, after that time apart, like, at some point we started talking, like, I feel like we're getting distant, and it feels like we're not really, And I remember my exact words were, I don't see any reason to fight for this anymore. So maybe that's, maybe that's, maybe that's your answer right there. And so it just ended. But yeah. That's the thing, though, Colette. She had been in that situation. She lost her grandparents, which were a huge thing that affected her when she was younger. It was a huge thing that affected her when she was a teenager. I, didn't know her at the time, obviously, but, like, it's something she was still talking about. Like, it was a big thing that affected her emotional, like, balance growing up and everything. So she knows how terrible that situation can be, right? Trauma she hadn't worked through. Yeah, I don't know. My theory is narcissism and complete lack of empathy. Her mom was like a complete narcissistic parent. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some, unfortunately, repeating patterns, right? Yeah, I'm thinking that was the situation there. There was no diagnosis or anything, right? But in all my 6 years with this person, that's sort of the conclusion I ended up coming to, right? Learning a bit more about, like, all of this, and talking about it in therapy and all that. I feel like that's sort of my conclusion, even though but anyway, yeah, I mean, you know, and again, I'm not, obviously you get my side of the story of, you know, it's a 6-year-long relationship. There was a lot of, you know, you're getting my side of that particular story, right? I'm not sitting here and saying I was a perfect boyfriend all the time. I have my own issues that I was working through at the time, but, you know. This was what, to me, ended the whole thing, right? So. Yeah, not married, no kids, so it could have been worse, that's true. That's true. Yeah, for sure, Colette. And, you know, it's not, you know, those were like in the early months of the diagnosis and me like moving back and taking care of her and having to deal with all of that. And like, it wasn't like I was, you know, laying in bed and sleeping 16 hours a day for like a year, you know, and at some point, like, your partner's gonna want to try to shake you a little bit, maybe, you know, you know, it's a different context. It was just like, you know, I was working, I was being active, I was writing a book at the time, like, I was still, you know, like, I was very much still working through all of this. I wasn't being just a, you know, a slob just sitting in my bed all day, right? So yeah, that felt very unjustified, but oh well. I'm not, you know, I'm not mad or anything. It's just like I don't carry any resentment. I just hope she's a better healed person now, and that she's happy in whatever she's doing right now. Yeah, I mean, anticipated grief is a huge thing, Colette. It's a very traumatic experience, and it's not something that we talk about very much, interestingly. And I think a part of that it's interesting. I've been thinking about that a lot actually since this whole thing. But in the media, like books, stories, movies, whatever, you usually talk about grief after the fact, right? Anticipated grief is not a topic that comes up very much, and that's why we talked about that movie not too long ago on this channel, actually. Our Friend, with Casey Affleck, Jason Segel, is very much a movie about that. It's very much a movie about anticipated grief, and I think it's one of the only ones I've ever seen that really deals with it really well. Fantastic work, I think. I mean, I'm not saying there's no media that talks about it, but it's one that comes up less than like proper grief after the fact. Breaking Bad is a TV show that deals with anticipated grief quite a bit. Yeah. What's that John Green book, The Fault in Our Stars? I'm pretty sure pretty much deals with that quite a bit as well. But yeah, it's definitely not a topic that comes up as often as wow, actually thinking about it, it's even more ridiculous. The Fault in Our Stars was her favorite book. Which makes it even more weird that she didn't get it. Oh well. I never thought about that until just now. That's so funny. Well, hey, listen. Again, I'm not trying to put anyone under blast or throw them under the bus. Relationships are complicated, and you know, she was a bit on the younger side also. That's also a factor. Like, she was a bit younger than I was, so I'm not carrying any resentment. It's fine. It was a long time ago too. You know, I've healed from all of that. John Green wrote that book. Yeah. It's not one of my favorite of his. Actually, it's one of the ones I like the least. My favorite John Green book is Looking for Alaska. Looking for Alaska is an absolute masterpiece of a novel. I love it very much. It's one of my favorite books. I did like Paper Towns quite a bit, and Turtles All the Way Down was amazing, I thought. The Fault in Our Stars I thought was okay, but yeah, it wasn't much better. I don't know. And I think he wrote something recently. I haven't read it yet. What's up, Governor? Welcome in. Hope you're doing good today. Yeah, Turtles was great. I really thought it was better than I expected. I didn't have too many expectations out of it. It was really good. Yeah, Nkthar, I think that line is really crazy. That scene hits very hard. I saw it recently because I'm rewatching Breaking Bad while playing Path of Exile, and that one's a good one. Good line right there. Yeah, I've seen there's a TV show. I haven't seen it yet. Hopefully I get to watch it one day. Anyway, all of this as a distraction because I don't really know what decision I want to make here. I think there's an argument to, again, wanting to stick with her and not leave her alone because obviously we're afraid. Like, I mean, I think there's reasonable reasons to be afraid of what could happen up there. At the same time, I mean, she's, you know, she's asking... You know what? No, I'm not leaving her alone. On the mountain where a year ago, 2 of our best friends disappeared. Also, again, me as Daniel, I'm feeling like there's something fishy about this whole situation. So, I'm gonna go with I'm not leaving you alone. Which she's gonna be very mad about. I feel like she's gonna be upset, but let's see.
I really don't think you should head back down the trail by yourself.
Seriously?
It's cold out and it's getting dark.
You're gonna protect me from it being dark out?
I'll just leave your stuff here and come with you. Nobody's gonna steal it.
Matt, are you kidding me? You can't leave me alone for 5 minutes? You really think that little of me?
That's not what I meant.
Why can't you just listen to me? Why do you have to question everything I say?
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to be helpful.
If you want to be helpful, then you can help get everything up to the lodge as quickly as you can, okay?
As I expected, you know.
Okay. Fine. Whatever you want.
Thank you. I'll see you up there after I go find Sam.
See you in a bit.
Listen. Did she overreact a little bit? Yes, I think she overreacted a little bit. I think there's reasonable... It's reasonable for Matt to be worried. Again, they lost 2 of their friends literally a year ago in the same spot. It's reasonable to be kind of like, you know what, I'm not comfortable leaving you alone in the fucking blizzard in the middle of the night. But... Alright. Ashley has a crush on Chris. Wait, which one's Chris? Oh yeah, the binoclard with the glasses. Okay. Academic, inquisitive, forthright, sorry. What the fuck is that? What is she? Is she being possessed by the exorcist or something? By the demon? Oh, interesting. I just noticed something. If you move the joystick like hard, you make the whole head move. If you just go very slightly, you can just change the eye position without changing anything else. What the fuck are those faces? This is so funny. All right. She's honest, curious, charitable. She has high stats overall, I think. She has a crush on Chris. Doesn't like Mike very much. Relatable. Okay. Ashley. Fair enough. Alright, what's up with Ashley? She's already at the lodge. 9:30. Okay, so the game's... I'm assuming the game's going over 10 hours, right? Because that's until dawn, right? That's what the game said at the beginning. We've made it 30 minutes into the game. And I thought I was going to finish this game in 3 days.
Whoa, hello. Somebody's getting a little friendly.
I knew it!
And not in the friend zone kind of way. They might need to check the expiration date on their big breakup.
I didn't want to say it, because I didn't want to appear like an asshole. Listen. I legitimately didn't want to say it, because I didn't want to appear like an asshole. But the moment she said, I need to go back and talk to Sam, and the way she was acting, when I said I feel like there's a lie there, my immediate thought was, she's gonna go talk to Mike. And I think, you know, maybe they have some beef they need to settle before the weekend. And she doesn't want to involve Matt because, I don't know, she's worried about what he's gonna think. Like, I get it. I understand. Sometimes you have shit to deal with your exes and you don't want to involve your new partner. That's totally fine. I think it's better to be honest and just, you know, hey, I have to talk to Mike. We need to settle things before, you know, the weekend starts so that everyone gets along. Can I go? Yeah, I'm just going to go talk to him, right? And then as a secure, respectful boyfriend, you're like, absolutely okay. Go do your thing. But, yeah. Lies don't lead anywhere. That kind of openness would be so healthy. That's the only thing, you know, that personally, that's the only way I see things. That's how you approach things. But it's easier to say when you're relatively healed and you know, the work's never over, but you're relatively healed and you're secure and, you know, it's easier from that position. It's harder from a position of still being... suffering from your trauma and you know, having to deal with that. And easier said than done, right? And also, we have to keep in mind that these people are very young. As far as I can tell, those people are, like, at most fresh out of high school. So, you know. I don't know exactly how old they are, but, like, they feel like late teens, maybe early 20s at most. That's my perception of them, so... Obviously, it's, you know, it makes sense most of them wouldn't be the most emotionally mature at that point. I'm not saying young people can't be. A lot of them can, but you know, it's not frequent.
Oh, God.
Hey, whoa. Sorry there. Sorry about that, Ash. I didn't mean to scare
Jeez
you.
Louise,
well,
Matt.
I did mean to scare you, sort of scare you, but not like for real scare you.
Gosh, oh my gosh.
Hey, wow. Man, I'm really sorry, Ash. Damn.
It's okay, it's fine. It's fine.
What are you looking at? See anything juicy with that thing? Let me check it out.
No.
Oh, shit! Oh, man, should I tell him or not? Oh, man. That is awkward. I don't know what to do here. That is so awkward. Oh, man. My mic arm is moving on a little too much. Hold on. There we go. Much better. I'm really enjoying today's stream. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this so far. It's fun. It's fun to play like a story choice type game again. I always enjoy those games. They always seem to work well with me. Especially when they're a little ridiculous and, you know, wacky and campy and funny like that. I embrace the sort of like B-movie sort of, you know, vibe. It's really cool. Yeah, I wish there was an option to just like step aside and not say anything. Not getting involved, right? I have a feeling, that's just me, but I have a feeling if I encourage him to take a look, Mike and Emily probably will have moved already and he's not gonna see anything. Yeah, where's the fence? Give me a fence to sit on, please. Jesus. Okay, let me check the relationships real quick. She's not a huge fan of Mike. She's not really super friend with Emily. A bit more with Matt, but not that big of a deal for either of them. Oh wait, what are her stats? She's very honest. She's supposed to be honest. You know what? I'm gonna encourage him to take a look. I want to see the drama unfold. I also don't want to live with that secret. Like, that's a big, like, misleading someone to keep a secret like that. It seems like too much responsibility.
Sure. Go ahead. Knock yourself out, I guess.
Son of a...
Oh no, that's awkward.
Seriously, Emily? What the hell,
They-
man?
Hey, listen, it's probably nothing.
Nothing? You think?
Yeah, chill.
Yeah.
Is it ever just
No,
nothing with
listen.
him?
They were...
Ever?
I don't know.
Damn it.
No, Matt, please.
Matt.
They were together. They were talking and they hugged. It's possible they had... Oh, no, okay, listen. To Matt's defense, she lied about it. And again, that's the problem. If she didn't lie about it and she just said, I need to talk to Mike, this could have all gone a lot better. Right? Because it's fine. You know, it's fine to have some stuff to deal with your ex and then hug them, right? I think that's totally fine, of course. But the lie is the problem, right? Yeah, like she broke the trust by lying. So obviously, if she lied about it, you're gonna think the worst. That makes a lot of sense. It's impossible to be secure if you know for a fact that the person lied to you, right? Security in a relationship comes from a place of honesty and, you know, it requires honesty and openness and that kind of stuff, right? Even if you're a very secure person, you don't have to take a lie and be okay with it, right? That's breaking your trust and boundaries. Yeah, JC? I don't care about that very much myself. As long as it's not being done, like, again, in a deceiving way, right? In like with lies and deceit and all that, right? I don't think that's a problem. Yeah, I mean, I personally usually don't. I don't keep in touch with my exes very much. Like my long relationships, none of them. I'm not in touch with any of them. I'm very, like, one of them I've never seen again or talked to again after the relationship ended. The other one, the most recent one, if like the, you know, the one we just talked earlier, a few exchanges here and there. You know, like mostly for utilitarian reasons, like stuff we had to still deal with. And, my very first long-term ex, we met a few times, like going out, like in the city when I was going out, we like cross paths in bars and stuff like that. We're very friendly, we're getting along just fine, but we just don't seek to talk to one another. Actually, we talked last year. She sent me a text, like, because a band that I really liked was coming to Switzerland. She was like, hey, have you seen this? Like, are you still a fan? And I was like, hey, yeah, I still like them, yeah. And we, you know, exchanged a few words, but like, we're, you know, it's not like we keep in touch or anything. And like, as far as like, I've had like one short relationship, sort of more of a, you know, a little thing. That was really never really a relationship, but sort of like, you know, that I have semi-regular, like, getting in touch and making sure, you know, we catch up from on occasions, and we you know, seen each other on occasions, completely platonically and everything, but that wasn't a very big deal. It's hard to be friends after a relationship. Yeah, I mean, usually the thing is, especially like long relationships, if it's a short thing, I think it's easier to be friends, because especially if it's a short thing that ended for no particular reason other than maybe, you know, bad timing or whatever, right? Which happens. I think it's easier to be friends because there's no hurt associated. So you can just be like, yeah, whatever, right? But like long relationships usually end for a reason. Usually it's hard to look past that at that point, right? Or maybe somewhere down the line, after like a decade or so, like when everyone's healed and moved on, you can be friends again, but you know. Yeah, ultimately I agree with that, Enktar. It's something you need to talk about, like set your boundaries and be and both agree on that, right? If you're not comfortable with your partner hugging their ex or being in touch with them, you express it. If they're okay with it, great. If they're not okay with it, well, then you have something to figure out, right? But yeah, if there's lies and deceit, yeah, I mean, that's not gonna work regardless. But yeah, personally, if my partner's friend with their ex and they're having a great relationship still, and there's, you know, no lies about it or deceit or anything, I'm totally fine for me. I'm absolutely okay with it. You know, provided, of course, provided that, you know, again, that there's no deceit and nothing like, that it doesn't bring unnecessary drama in the relationship or whatever, right? Like, I've been in a situation where the person was clearly not over their ex, and they were constantly talking about them, right? And it was a constant, like, daily thing of talking about all the... And it was very sad because the person was clearly hurt and very, very hurt by the person, by their ex, right? They were, you know, really traumatized by that relationship, and it was something that was really hard on their mental health and daily, like, you know, balance. And so obviously that's something that came up constantly. That, I mean, that's difficult, but I'm not, like, it's not difficult in the sense that I'm blaming the person for, you know, still keeping in touch with their ex, right? That's not the issue. The issue is you keep that person in your life. You still see them. You still have, like, an attempt at a friendship with them. And every fucking time you talk to them, it sends you into a spiral of fucking, like, how did that person do that to me? How was, you know, obviously in that context, you're like, at some point I was like, well, you know, like, it makes me feel like we're never gonna move on from this. After like months of it happening, I'm like, okay, it's a daily thing. I'm just done hearing about it. It makes me feel like we're just, you know, stuck in that loop forever. Like, you need to sort your shit. You need to figure your shit out, because I'm not the person that should be hearing, you know, you should be talking to every day about that shit. You know. So that's a different situation, right? That's more because like it takes a toll on the actual relationship, right? It doesn't, it's not even because it's an ex. It could be a friend or a family member or anyone that's bringing like constant imbalance and pain and trauma and reactivating trauma and all that constantly in a relationship, right? That's the problem. The problem is not that it's an ex, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, White Wolf? Yeah, that's mostly how I think my relationship happened. I mean, one of my relationship ended for a brief period of time. Is there, well, actually, my two oldest relationships, my first two long relationships. The first one, you know, there was like, the cheating happened. We were young, right? But she went away for like a summer in England for like a, you know, learning English during a summer in England. And she had a fling there, right? And I learned about it when she came back. She told me about it. And so we broke up for like 4 months, I think. Yeah, about 4 months. And then we got back together, which was a terrible mistake, but whatever. I was young and stupid. And then my second long relationship, there was also cheating involved. Much worse this time, because it happened for months while we were living together in my own fucking apartment and bed, right? In our bed and apartment for like months when I was not around. Like every time I would go to work or whatever, because I worked a little, like about an hour away. So I had to go to work every day, and it was not an ideal... Well, actually, I was studying at the time, but yeah, it was not an ideal situation. Anyway. Yeah, that happened for months. That really fucking sucked. We didn't break up, though. There was about a week where things were a little weird, but we didn't, like... I was like, you know, and I need time to think about all this. I stayed in the relationship for another almost 3 years. And you know what? I don't regret it. The relationship was actually better during the second half. It goes to show, like, it you know, you never know. Like, sometimes, you know, the relationship was a lot better. We were a lot more open about everything. It really made us grow, interestingly, as people. And she was feeling like, you know, very remorseful for it. And I took my part of responsibility for what happened. I mean, obviously, I'm not at fault for someone cheating on me, but I understood my faults as a partner at the time, and why it made sense that she found somewhere else the things that I wasn't providing. So I took my accountability and responsibility, and I bettered myself, and the second half of the relationship was a lot better. Eventually, we drifted apart as we grew. You know, again, we were still pretty young, and I was finishing my studies, and I was sort of moving in a different direction that she was, and we sort of, you know, we grew apart, and it just ended, right? But this one I don't regret at all, because I think it was a growing experience. But yeah, I don't know. I think it all depends on the context, right? But generally, if the relationship ended because of terrible reasons, cheating being one of them, or you know, massive break of trust, or not respecting boundaries and all that, I think there's good reasons to just want to move away from it and never look back, right? But I don't know. There's situations where I'm definitely a believer that in some situations, sometimes the second try can be better than the first one. That's what happened with that particular relationship I was mentioning, like, you know. And especially if it's not a big deal, like if it's not something as big as a, like, you know, like cheating or whatever. If it's, I don't know, I've had situations where I felt like, you know, it was a bad timing. You just, you know, you start something with someone and after a few months it just fizzled out because bad timing, poor, you know, like, I don't know, like early in a relationship is when you learn to be with someone. It doesn't just magically happen, right? You have to learn how to communicate. You have to learn how to be a couple together. There's a lot of work to be done there, right? And sometimes you do it wrong at the start because it's easy to mess up when you don't, you know, when you don't really know each other that well at the beginning. And sometimes, you know, it kind of like creates a break at that point. And in those situations, I found myself reconciliating with people after situations like that and finding it perfectly fulfilling. Because you know what you did wrong the first time, so you can do it better the second time. You can learn from that first experience. But, you know, it requires a little bit of work, and you have to be willing to just be honest with yourself and with your partner and be like, okay, here's where we fucked up, let's do it better, right? But yeah, I think that's something that can work, and I actually feel like it can create a pretty solid foundation for a relationship. But that's just my personal experiences with that. Yeah, White Wolf. Yeah, that sucks. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like a rare thing when it comes to military, right? I mean, I don't know if it's a myth or if it's just something we talk about a lot, or if it's... But yeah, it feels like a lot of it happens a lot, unfortunately. I don't know. Yeah, what we'll see. That's what I mean, right? You never know. Sometimes... And I remember thinking about that like a couple years ago. That's something that came up when I was talking with an ex of mine. You never meet the same person twice. I love that sentence. You never meet the same person twice. Sometimes, you know, you meet someone and you know, you have a relationship with them and then it stops after years, and then you live your life for a few years and then you meet them again and they're a different person, right? And you have to take that into account. Yeah, obviously you can tell like some of the, you know, there are parts of that person that are the same, but obviously the time makes a whole lot of difference. And growth and healing and all of those things. And I think it's nice sometimes to like consider this person like open yourself to that person not being the same person you used to know, and not judge them for what you remember, and not, you know, not hold the past as a metric of what that person is today, and just take them as a whole new person. And that can be years, that can be months, that it doesn't have to be a long time sometimes. But I think that's it's interesting, and I think that's something I live by. I try to welcome people and allow them to, even people that have hurt me, right? I try to welcome them and allow them to be people that have grown and healed, and yeah, I think it's I don't know. Aligning, being honest about what you need, want to yourself and others, and the others, is easier said than done because people lie to themselves all the time. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Being young means you don't know yourself as well, while your hormones scream 24/7 to go find someone to bone. Yeah, obviously, again, like being young, you know. In the case of the characters in the game, for instance, I don't blame them for failing to communicate properly and, you know, all that shit happening. It's bound to happen, I guess. And even in the case, that's the thing, right? When we're younger, we don't know each other well enough to do those things well. And when you're older, in a lot of cases, you've built up so much hurt, pain, and trauma that prevents you from doing it properly, right? That's why I think therapy is so important, and it should be covered by insurance everywhere in the world. Everyone should go to therapy. It's at least to make sure everything's okay. It should be like a doctor checkup. You should go once a year, like a doctor checkup, just to make sure everything's fine, you know? And if there's a doubt that something might be off, you just do a few sessions and you figure it out, right? I don't know. It seems so fucking useful. But oh well. All this to say, it's difficult to find mature, open, honest, and healed people. Healed is always the word I like to use, because that's the big thing. We all went through shit. We all have been hurt. We all need to heal. And it's hard to find healed people that can be honest with themselves and with others. It's very hard. It's very hard to be that yourself. It's very hard to find others that are willing to do the same thing and come to the table with that same level of, you know. Authenticity, I guess, is the word I'm trying to look for, but yeah. But yeah, at this point in my life, like I'm feeling that very strongly. Like I just like open, honest communication. It feels so fucking good all the time. It means you have to be comfortable with who you are, which is difficult, but I think it feels so good when it happens. So. Anything less, I'm not interested. And that counts for everything. Friendships, relationships, professional, you know, connections, everything. Alright, should I read the book or check my phone? Is the implication there that my phone's bleeping? I'm not sure. I'm more funny now than I was at the beginning of the game, apparently. Not sure how that happened, but... I'm checking the phone. Oh, jeez!
Oh, you did not just do that.
Put your hands where I can see them. We've got you surrounded.
But who am I to retaliate? What choice do I, a supple young rebel girl, have but to surrender to the strapping military guard come to take me into custody?
Grab Snowball.
Well, I don't know when you put it like that. Hey!
That smile was so awkward. Oh god, you actually have to do shooting in this game.
Great. Good pay. You know that?
What?
Where are you hiding?
I love the music.
Oh! Ah!
Hey! With that music, I don't know if they're about to have a snowball fight or if they're about to fuck in the snow right now.
Hello? Come on. Hey, Mike. Boom,
Okay.
shakalaka.
No, you got me. Fair enough. Okay.
Dead eye. Okay, the bird reminds me something doing
You
nothing.
can't hide from
Sometimes
me,
doing
Michael.
nothing is the right thing to
I
do.
know all your tricks.
Sometimes doing nothing is the right thing to do, so I'm not gonna do anything.
Whoa! Ow!
Right.
Interesting.
And then what?
I like that the game
No more.
tells you that.
Oh yeah. Oh, more. Oh, you're going down. Gotcha. Done. Done city.
So did I go down?
I don't think so.
I think you'd know so if I did.
All right. All right.
My. So are we calling it my favor then?
You're a worthy opponent, Miss Jessica, the Snowball Queen.
Okay, that sounds vaguely dirty.
My lady.
Okay, hold on. Their dirty talk is so awkward. They need to improve their dirty talk game. And again, they're young people. It gets better with age. You get way more imaginative. And, no, I know they're young. I know. I understand that. But Snowball or kiss? Snowball.
Ah!
Get wrecked, Mike.
Oh, okay. Okay, you're really gonna get it.
What am I gonna get?
Well, I can think of at least one thing.
Yeah.
But you'll have to wait until later.
Okay.
We should get up to the lodge.
Yeah. It's so nice out here, though. Pretty breathtaking.
I mean, I could stay out here for pretty much ever, provided I was making out with you the whole time.
Just making out?
Quote, unquote.
Well, I think we might freeze to death somewhere in between those quotes.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh shit.
Hello again. And how are we feeling? In our last session, we established that you have a fear of things that are dead or undead. This time, we're going to try to understand the root of your anxiety. Now pick up that book, turn the pages. You will see a set of pictures and symbols. I want you to identify which image in each set makes you the most anxious.
Well. Men worry me, women worry me. Which one makes me the most anxious? I don't know. I'm gonna go with men. They look like two disappointed divorced parents. No, they look like younger people that are way more successful than I am. Planes or crowds? Ooh. Planes. I don't... Since my trip to Australia, I've become way more at ease being in planes because I was in planes for so long during that trip, back and forth, that it kind of cured my anxiety of flying. I'm still not a huge fan. Oof. That's hard, because both, actually. But I mean, drowning, I feel I swim okay, so that doesn't scare me too much. But obviously, you know, like, the idea of drowning itself obviously is terrible. But heights is more of a thing that it, you know, it's a constant. I don't think about drowning very much. Like, it's not a thing that I'm actually worried about on a daily basis. But at the same time, I mean, heights, I can just take a step back, right? I mean, even if I'm, you know, very high in the sky and I look down and, okay, it makes me afraid, but it's okay. Drowning itself, if I'm thinking of actually drowning, that's super anxiety inducing, I think. So maybe drowning is worse in this case. Neither? I'm fine with neither of them. I think I'm gonna go snake just because they're actually, like, more dangerous. But yeah, I'm okay with both. My grandmother was deadly afraid of snakes, to the point that she couldn't look at a picture in a book. Guns are scary or knives are scary? I mean, I use a knife daily, which looks pretty much like this one too. Guns are a little scarier. Accidents with guns are more likely and way more terrifying than... No, actually, there's more accidents with knives, but they're not that dangerous, right? You just cut yourself and that's it. Accidents with guns are terrifying. Oh, interesting. I fucking hate cockroaches. They're not, you know, obviously they're not a big deal. Like, they can't hurt you, but I hate them. It makes me jump when there's one on my walls, or one that just suddenly, like, happens to be in my vicinity. I hate cockroaches. Just looking at the picture kind of disgusts me right now. Clowns or scarecrows? I mean, clowns in general, I don't mind them. One of my exes was a clown. I've told that story before. I didn't go into the specifics, but one of my exes was a clown. She was doing clown things, right? She learned to be a clown. She could do, like, the whole shebang. It was a big thing in her family. They were all clowns. But obviously that clown here is pretty terrifying. But scarecrow, like, the same thing. Scarecrows are not terrifying. They're just a puppet in a field. Yeah, scarecrows are fine. Now, if we're talking about, like, the mythical, you know, horror movie character, they can both be terrifying. I think clowns are worse. Gore disgusts me, or crows are scary. Oh no, crows are amazing. I love crows. There's a bunch of crows around my house all the time. Love them. Gore, yeah, I mean, it's fine, but I'm not a huge fan. Yes.
Oh.
Fuck!
Did I startle you?
Yes!
So sorry. You're doing very well. Don't be nervous. Try to speed up a bit. The more you rely on your instincts, the more honest your answers will be, and the more enlightening you will find this experience.
Spiders, definitely. I think spiders are very creepy. I don't like them. Again, I'm fine with them if I can see them. It's totally fine. But if they like sort of jump on me, no. I fear needles? No, I'm fine with needles. Gore disgusts me. I'm still gonna go with gore. Out of elimination. Clouds or zombies? Yeah, I would be more scared of a zombie. That's a wolf, sir. No, I don't fear dogs. I like dogs. I'm going with gore. Storms scare me. Oh no, I love storms. Then again, you know, we don't get huge, terrifying storms in Switzerland. They're all there can be some pretty heavy ones, but they're okay. Like you never have to fear that your home is gonna get fucking destroyed, unlike storms in the US or whatever. So when there's a storm, I go on my balcony and I just chill out there and look at the fucking thunder, lightning, and all that. I love that. So I'm gonna go with gore.
This is very interesting.
Is it?
Thank you for answering so diligently.
You're welcome.
Spiders, zombies, an awful. Ooh. The sun combination sounds like a good Friday night. Well, I'm afraid once again we're out of time. But
sir, what is your problem?
We'll talk again very soon.
I'm really curious what those, how this is gonna, you know, tie in with the actual like story, right? I feel like there's something interesting, but I'm not sure where it's going. Wait, there's an episodic thing? Previously on Until Dawn.
Don't you guys think this is a little bit... Oh, come on. She deserves it. Hannah!
What's going on? Where's my sister going?
It was just a prank, Han.
What's with the frame rate?
No! Shit!
First off, I gotta say, I am super excited to welcome all my pals back to the annual Blackwood Winter Getaway. I really want to spend some quality time with each and every one of you and just share some moments that we'll never forget.
Probably at like 24 FPS or something.
For the sake of my sisters.
I need to go find Sam.
Son of a bitch. So I got moved to the back.
Okay, I didn't realize there was going to be like an episodic nature. That's pretty cool.
Boom. Butterfly.
Episodic structure. I like that.
Man, I feel like this mountain gets bigger every time I climb it.
Oh yeah? It feels the same to me.
Josh. Complex, thoughtful, and loving. Complex. Oh, this is Chris. I wanted to see, Wait, what is Chris's relationship? I don't remember. Is Ashley the one that has a crush on Chris? I think so, yeah. So they both like each other. That's nice. He's also a good friend of Josh. Josh is... It's that guy. It's the brother. Yeah, man, there's so many characters I'm gonna have to remember all the names. What happens? Wait, there's no, like, going back to the main menu? Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. I thought maybe I could look at all the characters, but it doesn't look like it. The Soul of Discretion. Ashley encouraged Matt to use a telescope. Matt saw Mike and Emily flirting. Yeah, I was like, there's no way to go back to the main menu because we're approaching the end of the stream. So I was like, hey, ending at the end of episode 1, perfect, right? And then we can start over here. But I'm not sure what happens now if I don't know if the game wants me to just hard quit, right? Although, okay, during choices and interactions. Maybe I need to finish the interaction. Let's see.
Come on, you grew up here. It probably feels like it's shrinking.
I guess that's true.
When are you gonna install some cell towers up here? I'm getting withdrawals already.
You got a spare million lying around, and I'll fix you right up.
Funny you should say that. I think I left it in my other jacket. Whoops.
Hey guys, get up here okay?
Yeah. Well, more or less, but it is so good to see you.
What's up with him?
Well, not in a good mood.
Yo. We gonna get things moving up here or what?
Yeah, man.
What's with Rami Malek's voice? He sounds so strange. He sounds high, actually. Gossip, Matt and Emily. Worry, you're doing alright. I'm gonna worry.
Hey, you doing all right? I mean, I know it must be really tough without your sis.
Stop.
I just meant that.
No, I know what you meant. You know, seriously, I'm over it, and I want us to have a good time, you know? Like we always used to. Damn it, this freaking thing.
It's iced.
What else?
Maybe there's another way in.
There are a million ways in, they're just all locked.
There's gotta be like a window around the corner we can get open or something.
Wait a second, are you saying we should break in?
I don't think it's technically breaking in if you own the place, right?
Hey, not if I don't report you. Lead the way, coachies.
Coaches? What does that mean?
Hi, Chris.
Unsettled, it's weird to be back. Confident, nice being back. I'm gonna be confident.
So, how are you doing?
Good, but a little cold. I think I could use some time curled up by the fire.
Yeah, that does sound pretty nice.
All right. They look... I'm gonna say, like, a lot of them, the characters look older than the age they're supposed to be, I think. Yeah, that's what I know. Yeah, exactly, Jesus. That's what I was thinking. It's a song by Audioslave, yeah. I wish I could choose between awkward and confident IRL. Here's the trick, you can. You have to believe in it. Which is the hard part. Okay, so apparently, I don't know, it seems like I have to just hard quit for it to work, but... Okay, anyway, this seems like a good spot to end for today. End of the first episode. We'll have to see how... I'm gonna have to experiment off stream to see how it works. With quitting the game and resuming it. Hopefully I'm not gonna lose any progress. It feels weird that there's no, like, go back to the menu, but whatever. Okay, I legitimately didn't realize the game was gonna be episodic in nature. That's kind of cool. I like that. I usually really like that structure. So, yeah, nice. I'm looking forward to seeing more of that tomorrow. It's definitely not gonna take me 3 days to beat the game at this pace. Unless, for some reason, tomorrow we have no conversation and I just rush through half the game and then the other half on the next day, but... so far I'm really enjoying the game. I like taking my time. I like the conversation that it brings out. So, hey, maybe it's one of those games that, just like Life is Strange in its time, brings a lot of Daniel lore, right? Those games are usually, I don't know, they bring out a lot of lore about life and relationships and stuff, which is kind of cool. I like that. So, I'm embracing it. The next big thing can wait. As long as I enjoy playing Until Dawn. Anyway, thank you everyone for the support tonight. Thank you for all the resubs, gift sub. Thank you for the raid, Brendan. I'm gonna be back in about 19 hours, 7 p.m. Eastern European, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Until Dawn. Yeah. I think that's about it. I'm gonna wish you a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.